Continuing chapter 4, fair housing. All right, so we pick it up on page 70, 71. This page 70. Page 70? Yeah, page 70, the bottom here. Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 instituted the Equal Housing Opportunity Poster. So this poster, anybody that offers housing or housing services has to have this poster displayed. If the poster is not displayed, uh, if somebody files a complaint against an office or a housing provider for uh, discrimination, HUD will send out their investigators to investigate. And the first thing they do is they look to see if this fair housing, this equal housing opportunity poster is posted somewhere. If it's not, they consider that evidence of discrimination because you don't advertise that you offer equal housing to all. So they stop their investigation right there, and boom, you're guilty. So you see, the threshold's not too high to prove whether you're guilty of discrimination or not. Simply not having a poster is evidence of discrimination. So when HUD investigates a broker for discriminatory practices, it considers failure to display the poster evidence of discrimination. Right? Now, you don't have to jump to page 86 now. We'll get to it when we get to it, that page. But this just goes to show again how low the bar is to be found guilty of discrimination. It says the complainant does not have to prove guilty knowledge or specific intent to discriminate, only the fact that discrimination had occurred. And that's enough to be found guilty of discrimination. Everybody here? I want to make sure everybody's
Yes.
here. Okay.
Yes.
Uh, Here's that equal housing opportunity poster on page 71. If this is not displayed in the offices and someone filed a complaint, this is evidence that you engage in discriminatory practices simply by not having this poster displayed. Page 72. Block busting and steering. These are practices that are considered discriminatory, and they're covered under the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, even though they're not named in the law. The law does make these practices illegal. What is blockbusting? It's also known as panic peddling. It's when you create a story to instill fear or panic in a homeowner, trying to scare them into selling their property, to bust up the block. That's why I call it block busting. And it's basically, panic peddling. You're selling your theory, your scary story that these people are going to mess up their neighborhood and prices and whatever. We already went over some examples of that yesterday at the beginning of this chapter. So it means inducing homeowners to sell by making representations regarding the entry or prospective entry of persons of a protected class into the neighborhood. Okay. So it says here, they frighten the homeowner into selling and making a profit by listing the home and buying them cheaply, and then selling them at considerably higher prices, probably to the very protected class that they were fear mongering about. It's not just about race. They talk about race here. It could be any of the protected classes. The Federal Fair Housing Act prohibits these practices, although they're not named by name in the law. And steering can be more subtle. Actually, you can be found guilty of steering these are discriminatory practices. And remember, on the last slide here, previous slide down the bottom, it says that your intent does not matter. Your specific intent doesn't matter, only that discrimination occurred. And steering is a discriminatory act, even if you are doing it to try to help somebody. In other words, they tell you they want to be in a good neighborhood. Let me put up my fingers for my air quotes. You're in a good neighborhood, safe area. What is that? Well, that's a little more subjective, right? What is good? What I may consider a good area, someone else may not, you know? So good area, safe area, good, well, even good school systems. You think that that wouldn't be subjective, but it could be. I can tell you experiences I had with a lady that she was looking for a better schools, safer areas, you know, and she lived in East Orange, and I was trying to help her find another place, but she wanted to be close by where she could be still get to her work easy and everything. So I started looking in other areas, you know, West Orange, South Orange, West Orange, and other towns in the area not too far away. And she ended up buying a house in East Orange. You know, it was just on the other side of the school. It wasn't even a different school. It was just the other side of the school where the kids didn't have to walk by the wall where all the gang members and drug addicts were, drug dealers were hanging out. So whatever. I don't understand how that's a better area or better school. Same school, just you're living on the other side of it. So um, don't try to figure people out. You know, ask them. Put the onus on them to tell you where is what do they mean? Where is it they want to live? You know, because I showed this lady a bunch of places that were in her price range that were perfect for her, but she ended up not buying any of them. She told me she wanted to buy a house. She doesn't know how to fix it, so didn't have to need a lot of work or anything. She ended up buying a house that needed a lot of work. I mean, go figure. You know, so even though I questioned the hell out of her, and then I started showing her all these things within her price range, she ended up buying a piece of crap house, going to the same school for her kid, you know, and you know, subjective things could backfire on you as well. So make sure, and I was intentionally trying to help her because I felt for her, you know, single mom, you know, she's trying to do better for her kid. But then it turns out she's either not too bright or because her kid was still going to the same school and still in the same area that she was saying that to me she wanted to get out of. So go figure. Um, but steering is when you're the one that's deciding where somebody should live because you're the one behind the wheel. You know what? I think you like this neighborhood better or this neighborhood better. Now, it could be because you interviewed them and they told you that, you know, they didn't want to be in those areas. But then it's not so much steering anymore. But when you're the one that's deciding which areas are better, it could be construed as that. Even though it's not your intent to discriminate, you'll show them properties anywhere. Somebody can, if they wanted to be malicious, they could make up a, you know, a story that you're being discriminatory towards them because you're not showing them properties in the area that they want, that they're looking. So just picture yourself behind the wheel of the car as the real estate agent, and you're driving people around. You're the one in control of the wheel. So I think you'd like it better over here or over there. Okay. That's a good image to have, imagery, but it could be as subtle as you not letting them know that homes are available in the areas that they're looking because you're trying to steer them away from that area. Okay, so steering is channeling of home seekers either to or away from a particular area on the basis of their protected class. You're discriminating against them. Now, I don't like the rest of this definition because it starts to, or the rest of this paragraph here, because it starts to get into this. Actually, I haven't even read it in years. They may have changed it a little bit here, but it always started saying that people have subconscious biases that you're racist and you don't even know it. Which is BS. It's nonsense. But like this young girl, I was trying to help her. She was a single mom. She was a young black girl. I felt for her. She was trying to do better. If you're trying to do better, for your kids, your family, I'm all there with you to support you. But I don't know. She had a kind of a chip on her shoulder because I was taking her out with one of her girlfriends, and even her girlfriend was like, "What's wrong with this? This place is great." And she's just, yeah. I'm like, well, what does that mean? You got to tell me, And she ended up buying a place in the same area. Go figure. But anyway, blockbusting is discrimination against who? The seller. You're selling your fear, your scary story, trying to get them to bust up the block and sell their home. Steering is discrimination against buyers or renters, where you're the one that's deciding where they should live. And then we have redlining. That's refusing to give people mortgage loans or homeowners insurance policies, even though they could afford to buy them. Okay, that's as a means of discrimination. So these things are covered under the Fair Housing Act of 1968, even though they're not specifically, these names, redlining, steering, and blockbusting, are not actually written in the law, but that's what those practices are called. It's just the same thing. I just my definition here on them, where I explain it a little bit better, a little clearer on my definitions, as you've seen I've been doing. So as I go through this and I do the highlights, I usually give you a little tweaked definition. That's all this is here. Blockbusting, sometimes called panic peddling, is using discrimination as the tool to play on a homeowner's fears of a protected class, that these people are moving in the neighborhood in order to scare them into selling. Steering is limiting someone's options of where they can live by not showing them all the properties that meet their criteria in an area they're looking, or by channeling home seekers to or away from certain areas, or simply not making them aware that homes are available in those areas. So when the agent's the one who decides where the buyer or renter should live, that could be deemed a discriminatory act. And then redlining is refusing to give financing or mortgage loans or insurance policies. It deals with the money, even though the person could afford it, as a means of discrimination. Okay. Now here's a story. Here's a clip from a documentary showing you where the term redlining really comes from. I mean, I told you a way that you could remember what redlining is by thinking of red line, red ink, when you're talking about finances and money. But really, that's not where the term redlining comes from. This is. Optimize the video and crank up the volume a little bit for you. And play.
In the 1930s, in the wake of the Great Depression, FDR is president. He wants to bring economic relief to millions of Americans through a collection of federal programs and projects called the New Deal. One part of that New Deal was the National Housing Act of 1934, which introduced ideas like the 30-year mortgage. And
wow, look at that. Model home, a brand new home, $4,800. Only $960 cash down and $27.62 a month for your mortgage. Can you imagine? Yeah, that's back when you could used to be able to buy these homes out of the Sears catalog too. You guys don't remember Sears was a store?
Low fixed interest rates. So now you have all these lower income people who can afford homes. But how do you make sure they don't default on their new mortgages? Enter the Homeowners Loan Corporation. The HOLC created residential security maps, and these maps, they're where the term redlining comes from. Green meant best area, best people, aka businessmen. Blue meant good people, like white-collar families. Yellow meant a declining area with working-class families. And red meant detrimental influences, hazardous, like foreign-born people, low-class whites, and most significantly, Negroes. Again and again on these HOLC maps, one of the most consistent criteria for red line neighborhoods is the presence of Black and brown people. Let's be clear. Studies show that people who lived in redlined areas were not necessarily more likely to default on their mortgages, but redlining made it difficult, if not impossible, to buy or refinance.
All right, so that's where the term redlining came from for the those HOLC maps. There you go. There's an example of that map. So they basically color coded the maps, telling you which areas are greater risk for the lenders or insurance companies or whatever. But that's these are historical maps now, but all that stuff is illegal. It was made illegal there in the 60s.
The 19th.
All right, so let's see. The disparate impact or disparate treatment. Disparate impact and disparate treatment has been twisted a bit in recent years, so that people can use it to promote their agendas when it comes to fear mongering and race baiting and all that. This disparate impact is subjective. It's based on people's feelings or opinions. So you could twist it really easy. Disparate treatment, that's objective. That's based on facts. Okay, so I put those definitions there underneath these because it's different. Because you see here, and you see in real life in public, especially today amongst politicians too, they're always using this to pass laws or create weird laws or promote their agendas by trying to paint the picture as fact when a lot of it is based on their opinions or feelings of which is very subjective. Objective is fact-based. So disparate impact, sometimes referred to as disparate treatment or adverse impact, is a policy or practice that sometimes is made that seems to be neutral, but it may disproportionately impact a certain group of people. Now, these results in discriminatory practices resulting in unequal treatment and hindering equal access. For example, a lender or property management company may require full-time employment. On the surface, this requirement seems fair enough. However, it discriminates against someone receiving public assistance, disability, or payments. Okay, so this that covers everybody. So this is fact-based. It's not opinions, and it covers being against everybody, not against a particular person based on their color or race. However, the Department of Housing and Urban Development enforces the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Okay, that's true. And they published a guidance explaining the use of criminal history. Okay, let's stop right there. What the hell are they talking about? What does HUD have to do with criminal history? Well, it started during Obama's first term as president. He appointed somebody within the HUD to do a head count of the number of people in prisons and then segregate them by their race, just to create that report. And then later, he had HUD use that as the basis for determining that because there's not an equal number of people in prison based on their race, the criminal justice system must be inherently racist. Okay, so this is where a lot of this drama came about, where a lot of this, I mean, the guy was supposed to be the one that brought everybody together, but then he did a lot of stuff like this, which basically started bringing up racial issues again and started bringing, tearing people apart again, putting people against, dividing them in class, the poor versus the rich, the police, painting the police as bad people, and all of them are inherently racist, which is nonsense. And they use the criminal justice system claim as being inherently racist because there's more black people in prison than white people in prison. But that does not mean that those people that are in prison didn't do the crimes that they were accused of. You know, so that the whole premise of this report, and then the studies which are based on that flawed report, um, uh, it's not the way to analyze things. But unless unless you have an agenda that you're trying to push. Um, and he even went to the point where he took millions of taxpayer dollars and took the HUD, took the census to create a map based on the population of people in any given area. And he went as far as pulling HUD together, the FHA, and then he gave a speech at the Congressional Black Caucus. And he said that in the future, what we're going to be doing with this, we put a map together, and like the different races of people were like a different color on the dot on the map, a dot on a map. And he said, if you're in the property business, if you're a realtor, if you're a lender, if you're a mortgage company, if you're an insurance company, before you give your services or sell your products to somebody, you're going to have to come to this map and zoom out. And if it's a nice blend of colors, it'll be purple. Then you could sell the house to whoever. But if there's a high concentration of one group in an area, you're not going to be able to do that. We'll pull your licenses. We'll fine you for discrimination. And it's like, whoa. That goes against everything I've taught you guys so far. So far, I've been teaching you what the federal laws are. And the federal laws are, you cannot look at people's race or color or religion. You got to treat everybody equally and fairly. Now, he was trying to put together this picture where you have to look at somebody's race. And if too many people of a certain race are there, you can't sell a house to them there or give them a loan there or insurance there. That goes against all of these federal laws, the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the 1860, it goes against all of these laws. So I don't know how they were planning on implementing that. I mean, I understand why he was trying to do that. He's trying to speed up progress by doing forced integration. So if there's too many white people or too many black people in an area, he didn't want more of those people moving in an area. He wanted some of the other ones to move there, to kind of like force them to move. But I don't see how you would do that without actually discriminating against them. People can choose where it is that they want to live. Let me give you an example. I had this one Hispanic gentleman. He was looking to buy a house. Hardworking guy, saved his pennies. He had a lot of money. He had $200,000 to put down to buy a house. And he wanted to buy a 2-family house in Elizabeth down the port. And it was a new house. But I was looking at it, it was a little bit over $600,000 for a 2-family house down the Port Elizabeth. And I mean, it may make sense because property values came back up again. But then I was like, oh, this neighborhood, that's kind of high, I was like, you got 600,000, you got 200 grand to put down. I can get you in Westfield. Why do you want to be here? And he was like, strong accent and everything. He's like, oh, no, my people here, my food, my church is here, my English not too good, And I was like, stop, you don't need to explain to me. I was just telling you that with that kind of money, we could look in other areas as well. You don't have to be, in this area. But you know what? You don't need to explain it to me. You're the one that makes the decision where it is that you want to live. Okay. But you see how that could have easily be construed as steering. I was trying to steer him away from an area, but it's not because I was trying to discriminate against him. I was just looking out for his money. I was like, that's not going to work out good for you here in the long run. The neighborhood just can't justify those prices. I knew the prices were going to be coming down, and they did, because then the real estate prices started coming down. Market started crashing. He came back to me. He wanted to sell the house now, and I was like, you don't need to sell, don't sell. Property values have come down, but eventually they'll come back up again. But Uh, uh, but that's years down the road. Right now, the market's crashing. I said, if we sell it, you're going to lose that entire $200,000 you put down to buy it. He's like, oh, I got to sell. I don't want to. I was like, all right. So that house he bought for 600 grand or a little bit over, we put it on the market already at 400 something, and was having a tough time getting buyers to look at it. And then we dropped the price some more and started getting a bunch of appointments. At this point now, it was going to be a short sale. And he was going to be having a lot of appointments for it. But there was a bit of gang activity, and somebody threw a Molotov cocktail at a car that was parked in front of his house on the street. So, it's kind of like a firebomb, a bottle bomb with gasoline in it. And so I go to show the house, and when I go there, of course, the police removed the car. The car is gone now, but there's a big charred outline from the car was on fire there. It looks like a car blew up. It looked like Afghanistan or something, it was, I was just shaking my head because people that come to see it now, they're like, what happened here? I was like, oh, there was a car fire, but you gotta tell people, you gotta be honest. You can't lie to them. So I went back to the owner. I was like, listen, I was like, this is a sign, it's one thing, you don't sell the house if you don't have to. Hold on to it. Otherwise, you're going to lose a lot of money. So he agreed and ended up doing it because he didn't have to. He still had his job and everything. He could still make the mortgage payments. He just got scared because the prices were dropping like a brick, and they did drop to less than half of what it was worth. Now, over the years, we've had the economy recover. We had the housing market recover, and now prices are back up, if not over that. So you hold on to it long enough, you get the values back. But either way, I could have been accused of steering, was the moral of the story, which is why we came to this, because I was telling him, you could buy a house in Westfield for that kind of money. And then he started explaining. And I was like, you don't need to explain to me. You're the one that decides where it is you want to live. I was just trying to help out there, but it doesn't matter your intent. Your intent could be good. It could be honorable, but it still could be construed as steering. So just want to share that with you. All right. So be careful when you're the one that decides where somebody should live, or suggesting strongly to people that this isn't a good area, you're better off over here, or anything like that. Okay. So let's see, though. Let's get back to this report here. So the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, enforces the Fair Housing Act of 1968, and they published that guidance explaining the use of criminal history to exclude people from housing may violate the prohibitions in certain circumstances. Housing providers may not use criminal history as a pretext for intentionally discriminating based on race or national origin. Yeah, of course. In other words, what they're saying is, you can't use criminal background checks on someone because they're black, but you're not going to do criminal background checks on someone because they're white. That's blatantly racist. That's, of course, that's obvious. Okay, so that's what they're talking about here, because you're treating them differently, the people differently. Now, they go on to say, for example, a management company with an intent of keeping all tenants safe might reject an applicant's application based on their criminal history. This ignores groups. Okay, why are we talking about groups? We're talking about an individual who wants to rent a place. See, now this starts getting a little fuzzy here. Why are we talking about groups? This ignores groups who are incarcerated at higher rates than the general population. That's because somebody's got an agenda. That's why we're talking about groups here now. Because normally we just we have a client who's looking for a house to buy or rent. We don't classify them into groups. We base them off of their income and their criminal history, not groups of people. But remember, we're trying to paint this agenda, this picture that the criminal justice system is inherently racist. So if somebody has a criminal history, if you rely on that criminal history even though they did commit the crime, if you consider them as a group, that there's more black people in prison than white people in prison. The criminal justice system's inherently racist. So therefore, if you rely on their criminal record, their personal criminal record, that by extension makes you racist. That's not a logical way of thinking, but this is what they're talking about. But they're also first going to paint the picture to get you nodding your head, and then they turn it on something else. Like here, they say, this ignores groups who are incarcerated at higher rates than the general population and may not result in a safer environment. Yet another example is a zero tolerance of violence, without recognizing that perhaps 25% of women have experienced domestic assault. Wait, stop. That's nonsense. We don't, if I'm going to rent my property to you, I'm not going to be like, were you ever in a abusive relationship and you got beat up by the man, that I'm not going to rent to you because I have a zero tolerance for violence of you getting beat up. I'm not going to rent to you. It doesn't work like that. Okay, this isn't school where they put everybody in a corner who is involved in the fight. Okay, that's not how those policies work. So, but that's the picture they're trying to paint here. Okay. See how they obfuscate? First, they talk about not renting to somebody based on their criminal history. Well, you got to analyze them as a group. But then over here, they say they want you to analyze them as an individual because they were involved. So you're obfuscating. You're mixing up these stories here. I don't like the way this is written up, but then again, this is the way that a lot of politicians and people act these days that are trying to pass these ordinances and laws, like we had passed here in New Jersey, that the criminals have been made a protected class because they're basically saying, even though they say specifically, well, being a criminal does not make you a protected class. But then they go on to say, yeah, but if you fall, if you're relying on criminal history, you got to realize that we did a head count of people in prisons, and there's more people of this race in prison versus this race in prison. So therefore, there must be discrimination. How you figure? Okay, just check and look and see, did those people actually commit crimes? Were they actually convicted of those crimes? Yes, they were. So you got to look at them as an individual basis, which blows my mind because then after they passed a law to say this, now if you rent to somebody, can you do a criminal background check on them? Well, sure, but only after you've agreed to rent to them. And then you have to give them an individual analysis to determine whether you cannot rent to them. Okay, so we're going to use this as a basis to change the law that says that you can't do a criminal background check in advance because, you know, the criminal justice system is racist as a whole. But then when we're going to analyze the individual, you got to first agree to rent to them and then analyze them on an individual basis. Okay, so it's a really twisting of the rules back and forth just to make it so you have to rent to people even if they are criminals. You're essentially making them a protected class. And I hope there's a good attorney out there that someday brings this case back up and overturns this whole law that passed in New Jersey, because I think it's nonsense. And a lot of my students usually do as well. Because I've asked my students, doesn't matter what race you are, if you're black or white or Hispanic or any other race, I ask people all the time, if you're a landlord and if you were renting to somebody, would you feel safer doing a criminal background check on them and being able to be the one to decide if you want to rent to them based on their criminal history? You know, and the answer overwhelmingly is, yeah, I would like to know if the person who's going to be living in my house has a criminal history and what that criminal history is, and then me be able to decide if I want to rent to them still. Okay, I mean, that's common sense. But the way that these laws were crafted, it's like somebody's trying to like pit races against each other and say, hey, you know, the criminal justice system is racist, and, you know, the majority of people in prison are more black people in prison than white people. So if you're relying on their criminal history, that by extension makes you racist. So you can't consider that. Otherwise, you're racist, even if you are the same color as them. You know, it's the dumbest thing. It doesn't even, it's not logical. It doesn't even make sense. But anyway, I wasted way too much time on that. But this is I wanted to stress this a little bit and explain this a little bit, because when we get to the actual law that was changed in New Jersey is one of like 3 states that has this now. That created a law called the FCHA, the Fair Chance in Housing Act. Okay, a fair chance for who? A fair chance for those criminals. Okay, they're trying to make it about race when it's not about race. It's about your criminal history. Okay, so here we go. Oh, there we go. Good segue right here. Very next slide. Page 73, the Fair Chance in Housing Act, right? FCHA, right next to that. New Jersey Fair Chance in Housing Act. That's what the FCHA is. They'll often refer to it just as the FCHA. So beginning January 1st, 2022, New Jersey's Fair Chance in Housing Act prohibits landlords from generally asking about criminal history on a housing application. In most cases, landlords are prohibited from running criminal background checks on applicants until a conditional offer of housing has been made. What does that mean? You have to first agree to rent to them before you could do a criminal background check. Wait a minute. But if I first agree to rent to them, isn't it harder to back out of a contract once you have entered into a rental contract with somebody? Yes, that's the whole idea of the agenda here. They want you to be kind of forced to rent to people with criminal background checks and no longer have that option to rent to them or not. That's why you can't do the criminal background check in advance, but after you agree to rent to them. And then there's only certain specific instances in which you can legally deny them. And we're going to go over those. But in my opinion, short of you having a law degree, it makes it very difficult to figure out who it is that you can or can't rent to. Because then they start you'll see what I mean. I won't give scenarios just yet. I'll just read it to you. You'll see right off the bat. Okay. So here's the Fair Chance in Housing Act. It limits on criminal. Landlords cannot ask about criminal history at the stage of application. You can't have blanket bans based on people's criminal history. You could only consider relevant history that happened within the last 7 years. And it has to be post-conditional. You have to first agree to rent to them. Screening process, conditional offer, background checks, assessment, final decision, tenants' rights to review, dispute anything in their background check. And you have to do individualized assessments and access to split. Okay. And this is a meme that was I had AI create for me here though. Prohibited practices, discrimination, false information, retaliation, and ignoring the FCHA, the Fair Chance in Housing. All right. So here's a NAR attorney that explains that disparate impact, but she has a hard time explaining it without contradicting herself too, but she still manages to do it with a straight face. But if you notice, listen to the words that she says, okay? Because she's talking about how some states have passed laws, New Jersey being one of them, and that how some landlords have been even accused of discrimination. Okay. So there have been landlords have done settlements, yeah, because sometimes settlements are cheaper than going to the lawsuits and then just getting rid of people. And then they talk about a lot of it is like what ifs. People have been accused, people who have been sued. There have been settlements. It doesn't say anybody's been guilty of anything. It just says, and then she gets into this. So if you have a housing policy that requires looking at the people's background checks, and if you deny somebody based on their criminal history, absent of any evidence of discrimination or unfair policy of doing background checks on one group of people versus another, absent of any of that, you can have a neutral policy and still be guilty of discrimination. What? Yeah.
I have a
Because,
quick question.
yeah, who's talking?
Can you check?
Who's
Sorry, can
talking?
you see me?
Oh, there you
Great.
go. Okay,
Can you check like eviction records? Would that be considered
that's a background check.
discriminatory?
So
Okay, just wanted to confirm. That's
yeah,
all.
because background checks look up court records. Eviction is part of that court record, right? Your history. Now, most landlords don't report it. You'd have to report it to somebody's. Well, first of all, you'd have to take them to court. Okay. But another way is also to report it. Landlords should have in their leases that the tenant has to submit, their social security number so you can check their credit history and all that. But it should also have that if they agree to the terms of the lease, they agree to let the landlord post to their credit to report that they're late on their payments and stuff, whether they're making their payments on time or not. Because you can report to the credit reporting agencies if you're a landlord, you can report your tenant for late payments or failure to make payments so that it affects their credit score too. You don't just get screwed over by a tenant, but you could screw them over as well. Okay. Now the court records will do that if you actually took them to court to evict them, But the thing is, if they already moved their stuff out, most landlords are like, oh, why do I got to go to court? They're already out. They moved their crap out, even though they screwed me. They didn't pay the rent. They destroyed the place. But there's no court record. There's nothing on your when you run your credit. There's nothing on your credit report now, and that tenant basically got away scot-free. Yeah. So it's
Thank you.
tough being a landlord, especially a residential landlord in states like New Jersey, okay, states like California, Illinois, New Jersey, Michigan, these states are tenant rights states. The courts will definitely favor the tenants, but the problem is there's a lot of tenants out there. They know the system and they know how to game the system and play the system, and I've experienced this before too, where you'd get a single mom who would go to rent a place, and after she gets into the place, she stops making rental payments and then drags it on. Landlord takes her to court to try to get her evicted for not making the rental payments. She'll delay the court dates until she can't delay them no more. Then she'll go to court and then ask for an adjournment because doctor's appointment or something else, and then delay the court dates again and delay the court dates, and then eventually get to court again. And because she has no excuse for not paying the rent and getting evicted, they know how to game the system. And then they'll be like, oh, Your Honor, it's winter's coming now and I have my little baby. What are you going to kick us out on the street, and the judge will be like, okay, well, we'll give you 3 months to find another place. So boom, now she automatically gets another 3 months of not paying rent. And the landlord, in the meantime, he has a mortgage payment to make. He's paying the property taxes. If the utilities were included in the bills, he can't turn them off. He has to still keep paying her electric, gas, or whatever utilities were included. And a landlord really gets screwed. I've seen landlords have to get foreclosed on because of having bad tenants that really screwed them over, that caused them to lose their houses. And it's a shame. Get these leeches. I'll call them a leech because that's what they are. They're taking advantage of people. All right, let's listen to this about disparate impact and disparate treatment.
Welcome to Window to the Law.
Let me minimize the video stuff.
I am Mame Nyamiche, staff attorney at the National Association of Realtors. In this episode, I will discuss why it is important to give your criminal background screening practices a second look in order to avoid a fair housing violation. In fact, several housing providers have found themselves faced with lawsuits alleging the misuse of criminal history in violation of fair housing laws. In New York, a housing provider recently settled a case for over $1 million, where the plaintiff alleged that the housing provider maintained an overly broad ban on renting to people with criminal records. In Florida, as many as 48 Florida housing providers were also sued for the alleged improper criminal background screening of prospective tenants.
Now, it doesn't say that there was an individual that accused the landlord of discriminating against them. You get these groups that decide that they want to go after landlords, and then they get these settlements for $1 million or whatever for them just to go away with these lawsuits, these frivolous lawsuits. It doesn't say that there was any actual doing something wrong here. They're just saying, well, they had an overly broad policy on not wanting to rent to criminals, or people with a certain criminal history. Okay, but there's no actual specific case that they're bringing. They're just talking about, oh, the landlords had an overly broad policy on not renting to criminals.
The use of criminal histories to make housing decisions has long been on the fair housing advocates' radars. In 2016, HUD issued guidance urging housing providers to exercise caution when implementing criminal history policies and practices to make housing decisions.
That's that policy I was telling you about with the, they use that report on the prisons that there's not an equal number of people in prison based on their race. So then they created this report based on that, coming to the conclusion by leaps and bounds that if you use those criminal background checks to make your decisions, well, then that by extension makes you racist, okay? Because the criminal justice system is racist.
To make housing decisions. In the guidance, HUD reported that African Americans and Hispanics are arrested, convicted, and incarcerated at disproportionate rates compared to the general population.
Okay, well, if you use that theory, couldn't you also say that there's more white people in prison than there are Asian people in prison? And by that definition, would that make white people a protected class because they're disparately impacted versus Asian people? So they don't make that argument then
because of the population. It makes it disproportionate because of the ratio of the population.
Exactly. Because of the ratio of the population, but it doesn't consider whether they're actually doing the crimes or not. See, that's the thing. Once you get down to the point, they're using this as a pretext for not using criminal background checks from people. Okay, so why wouldn't you want to use criminal background checks? Okay, because now after you do a criminal background check, then and only then do they want you to look at them as an individual. See, they want you to look at them as a group as a whole at the beginning, but then afterwards they don't want you looking at them as a group. They want you to look at them as an individual. Well, how about you look at them as an individual from the beginning? Well, because they're throwing in this whole thing about the criminal history, and you can't use that criminal history. They want to throw that whole thing out as a pretext. So they want you to first agree to rent to them. And after you agree to rent to them, it's a lot harder to get out of those agreements. It's like a legal technicality, by if I offer you a contract for something, it's harder to get out of the contract than analyzing whether I want to be in a contract with you to begin with before we get into that contract.
Resulting in criminal history-based barriers to housing and creating a disproportionate impact on minorities. While persons with criminal records are not a protected class under the Fair Housing Act, race, color, and national origin are, and the improper use of criminal history to make housing decisions may have a disparate impact on those protected classes. Under a disparate impact analysis, a housing provider may be held liable for discriminating against a protected class absent any evidence of intent or motivation to discriminate.
Were you guys just listening to that? Let me back it up in case you missed it.
Make housing decisions.
Let me back it up just a little bit more.
And national origin are, and the improper use of criminal history to make housing decisions may have a disparate impact on those protected classes. Under a disparate impact analysis, a housing provider may be held liable for discriminating against a protected class absent any evidence of intent or motivation to discriminate.
You would be found guilty of discrimination absent any evidence of motivation or intent to discriminate.
Meaning, liability may arise when a facially neutral policy or practice has or predictably would result in a disproportionately negative impact on a protected class under the Fair Housing Act. Some states and localities, such as Illinois, New Jersey, and the District of Columbia, have even enacted laws restricting a housing provider's use of criminal records. Consider these best practices when using criminal history to make housing decisions. Have a written criminal history policy. Apply criminal record policies consistently. Do not ask or consider arrests without convictions. Avoid blanket bans on applicants with a criminal conviction. Be sure to exclude only those with convictions that present a demonstrable risk to resident safety or property.
How would you do that? You would by looking at their criminal history. Do you know that landlords are still responsible for protecting their other tenants? If you rent to somebody that has a criminal history, and then they start trouble with the other tenants that are there now, the landlord can be held liable because you're the one that put them there and did nothing about it once they were there. But once they're there, it's hard to get them out. But this is saying that we have to allow them, except for if you could demonstrate that they're going to do it again. How are you going to demonstrate it other than looking at their past? I mean, we don't know these people. We do a criminal background check on them. They were convicted of doing a crime. They did their time, but they still did the crime. Do I want to rent to them or not? Is this going to be a risk or a potential problem for my future tenants? We don't know, but based on their past, and that's all we could do is we can't predict the future. We can only base it based on your past actions and how you acted. But this is saying you have to demonstrate a risk to the resident safety or the property. The only way I could imagine doing that is by looking at their past criminal record.
And the improper use discriminate or predictably would result in a disproportionately negative impact on a protected class under the Fair Housing Act. Some states and localities, such as Illinois, New Jersey, and the District when using criminal history to make housing decisions. Have a written criminal history policy. Apply criminal record policies consistently. Do not ask or consider arrests without convictions. Avoid blanket bans on applicants with a criminal conviction. Be sure to exclude only those with convictions that present a demonstrable risk to resident safety or property. Document housing decisions. And become familiar with local and state laws that apply to a housing provider's use of criminal histories. For more information on use,
that makes it kind of tough to do if you're going to be a landlord, though. The reason why they want you to make documenting your housing decisions and how you came to those conclusions is so that they could come back and use it as evidence against you later if you're a landlord. Because look, if you turn somebody down because of their criminal history, there's very few reasons that they consider would be valid for that. And when we go over the New Jersey Attorney General's memorandum that has that FCHA, that Fair Chance in Housing Act there, it gives you an explanation. But short of you having a law degree, it makes it very difficult to determine who you can and cannot rent to. And if this is difficult for you, you figure maybe I could hire a professional company that specializes in this to do the background screening test for me. Okay. Be careful. Under the Fair Chance in Housing Act, If they don't do it the right way, you could still be held liable because it's up to you to make sure they're doing it the right way, even though you hired them because you didn't know how to do it the right way. That was the whole point of hiring a professional company to do the screening checks for you. All right. Before we get into the Attorney General's memorandum and then the FCHA, this is an old video. This is an older video that I found years ago. I think it's from Columbia, South Carolina. Let me give you a little background history on this, where I got this from. So there's this young reporter, this young white news reporter here. He came up with this story because he was getting married, and him and his fiance were looking for a house. So basically, it was a condo that they were looking at, and his fiance is black and he is white. So and also they also bring in his college roommate who was also black, and then what happened was he got the feeling that this lady that's a realtor that injects herself into showing all the units in this building is involved in discriminatory practices and discrimination when showing the housing. So he decided to hey, he's a reporter, so he decided to do a little sting operation. So he started sending in other people that he knows, friends and coworkers as singles and couples of different races to see what was her reaction with them. And she does practice discriminatory practices, and they got it on film. And then they go to HUD and show it to HUD, and then we see the resolution from beginning to end of a process. So far, I've been explaining to you what the laws are and how it works. And now we're actually going to see it go down in a case here. And I also told you about the Realtors Code of Ethics. We hold ourselves to a higher standard. But once again, you could require somebody to be a member of the Realtors Association and recite the rules and have to go to the classes, but that's not going to if they're racist, that's not going to turn them into a non-racist. Okay. As you'll see here.
High rise in Columbia.
Let me minimize these videos so it's stream smoother.
No African Americans living there. Is there a reason? Good evening and thanks for being with us. I'm J.R. Berry.
And I'm Darcy Strickland. The reason could lie with one real estate agent. A News 19 investigation uncovered what appears to be active discrimination inside a prominent Columbia high-rise.
News 19's Johnny Chappell has been working on this story for months now, and he joins us with the details.
A lot of us here have put a lot of work into this story, and we hope that we can bring some possible good out of it, J.R. and Darcy. Who has the right to tell you where you can live? In January, I started looking to buy a new home. The very first place I visited, a realtor told me that for 25 years, the building had remained exclusively white. Her comment sparked our investigation, and our investigation has the federal government looking to take action. Looking up from anywhere between 5 Points and downtown, it's hard to miss. 1829 Senate Street, a 30-year-old high-rise, 19 stories of high-end housing. In all, 96 luxury condos. The Heritage, all white on the outside, and there's a woman who may be trying to keep it all white on the inside.
We do not have a mixed neighborhood here.
Ann Bryant is a longtime Heritage resident. She's also a realtor, and she shows just about every property that comes up for sale in the building. After my experience, we sent a team to investigate.
You get 7, that's good. I'm going to take you to see my son's unit first. Okay.
A News 19 employee and her sister told Bryant they wanted to see what was available. Bryant showed them 2 occupied condos before going inside a condo for sale on the 12th floor. At the time, the residence was not on the market. Bryant said she thought it would list for around $170,000.
When I have a listing anymore, I may not even put it in the computer because it's just... they go like that.
Oh, she admitted that she doesn't even put it in the MLS. You don't put it in the computer because they go like that. When you get a listing, how soon do you need to put it in the MLS?
Within 24 hours?
48 hours. You got to put it in within 48 hours. Yep. And she just admitted on camera, violation of law number 1, at least in New Jersey. Provided that's the way the law is in South Carolina too.
And she said that all prospective clients and their realtors go through her.
I meet people to show in the building. I mean, if it's another agent showing, I meet them.
Bryant went on to indicate that race determines whether she allows a person to see or inquire about purchasing property.
And I'm very careful when I make this statement. We do not have a mixed neighborhood in here. And I think that is because we try to be careful, and we try to, not that nobody dislikes them. I work with them all the time. It's just that they tend to, I'm talking too much.
You think, why is she even bringing up race? There's no reason for her to be talking about race. She should just be showing the damn apartment.
They make a neighborhood go down because they don't take care of their yards. They different.
She makes those differences appear black and white.
We do have some Orientals in one of the penthouses. Been here for years, nice as they can be.
Those statements marked the third time we had heard Bryant referring to possible discrimination. She said it to me during my visit and to another News 19 employee during a previous trip. We showed the tape to Dudley Gregory, who's with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
That conversation is enough to give me pause, and that I would want to look further.
Gregory said Bryant's behavior very likely violates a federal law. Under the Fair Housing Act, a realtor cannot discriminate in 7 protected areas, including race.
The issue is how many people have been to that place that are minorities that have been denied to even come through the door.
Local realtor Shelby King says those licensed in her field must complete class time every 2 years to keep up to date on the Fair Housing Act.
We are reminded about fair housing constantly.
King cites standard clauses in buyers and sellers agreements that deal with the law. She says there are certain things a realtor cannot discuss when showing a property, and that sometimes she's had to steer clear of a client's questions.
And they will usually preface the statement with, I'm not prejudiced, but what's the mix of the neighborhood? And I cannot address that.
So,
you know what? That's true. I've been in the real estate business for a while, and I could tell you, I was actually kind of shocked that I did not come across more instances of racism. I was actually experiencing it a lot, expecting it a lot more than I did, and the instances I've come across, rarely it was one race versus another. A lot of times it was within the same race. I remember that coming across, because I started in West Orange, I was coming across people of the same races that were discriminating against each other. I've had black people discriminate against black people because they're darker than them. I've had Indian people discriminate against Indian people because they're from a certain region or different dialect. I've come across that kind of stuff more often than I've come across like the white and black thing. Although I have come across it, but not many instances at all. I was expecting it a lot more, but because you hear about it all the time, right? In the press and the media and the politicians, it's as if it's going on constantly. I don't think so that much anymore. I think New Jersey's pretty much a melting pot, and we got mishmash of people all over the place. You look in any neighborhood, you got people from all races. So it's kind of hard to actually find that, but. Where was I going with that here?
So how would you address a client that asks, well, like what is this a safe neighborhood? Like how would you answer that? Or what's the,
Yes, well, the thing is, safe neighborhood, you would think that that's not a subjective thing, but it is. Here, let me give you an example of that. When I had my real estate office in Edison, I had a girl walk in there because she worked in Edison, but she actually lived in Newark. And she came in because her lease was expiring and she wanted to find a new place. And so I sat her down right next to me and we were searching the MLS together. So all the properties, we were looking through them together, analyzing them together. And she was like, oh, wait, look at that one. That one's not so bad. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, no, no, no. Look at the angle of the camera. Here, let me zoom in on the picture, put it full screen. I was like, you could see how they took the picture. It's probably like this. That room is actually kind of small. It's kind of deceptive the way they took the picture. And she was like, oh, yeah, I could see where you're coming from. And so we started building a rapport and started going through these. So we were looking at the maps, where it was, the location and everything. And so we started going through because there was a lot of properties that were within our price range that were available. We come across one. She's like, wait, go back. I go back to it. And I was like, oh, wait, yeah, that one's not so bad. Let me look at the pictures. Wow, room sizes look pretty good. How many? Wow, yeah, this looks pretty good. Let me pull up the map. Let's see where it's at. And at the time, I used to do some property management and work for banks in Newark. And so I was kind of familiar with the streets back then. So I was like, oh, that's a pretty rough area right there. And these were the next words that came out of her mouth. They actually shot the hell out of me. She was like, I said, that's kind of a rough area. And these are the exact words that came out of her mouth. She said, no, that area ain't so bad. It's been at least a year since someone got shot there. I was just like, someone got shot? I don't know. To me, that don't seem like a pretty safe area. Somebody got shot there. She's like, oh, it's been at least a year. Now, listen. I don't know where she lives now. Maybe where she lives now, they have gunfights every day. I don't know. Maybe this is considerably safer than where she's at now. It's all perspective, So, I mean, my perspective of it, I'm like, someone got shot, and she was like, it's been at least a year. Just like, oh my God. But I don't have to live there. She does, So it's not you that makes the decision of what's a safe area. She considers that a safe area because it's been at least a year since someone got shot there. And I'm like, someone got shot there? Oh, I don't have to be there, So it's perspective. You got to keep things in perspective.
Say like you need to do your research on that, or you can't really answer the question.
Yeah, with real estate agents, it's kind of tough. I would try to avoid it. I would try to avoid that altogether because it's really perspective. And at the same token, I could go to the opposite end of the spectrum where I was dealing with this very affluent, rich white family that was looking for a property. The guy lives in, is going to be working in New York City in Manhattan, and he wanted to be near the trains. He wanted us to be in a town that had close to the train to New York City. Had a bunch of modern stores with the old school or old town feel to it, the homey feel. But wanted a safe area with a good school district that had certain specific extracurricular activities for his kids. So, I mean, it was like really out there, a lot of research he wanted me to do. And so I did that. And I started out not by looking for any houses, but I did some research and I put together a list just of the towns that had all the criteria that they needed. Now, he mentioned good schools. So we used to be able to look up good schools by looking up school report cards from the Department of Education. But this was around a time where Obama first got elected president. And when he first got elected, I don't know if you guys remember this, he ordered the Department of Education in all the states to pull down any school rankings or report cards because that information could be misused by some people for discriminatory reasons. And so that left real estate agents hanging. How do we show people now what a good school is? How do we do research to know what a good school, which districts have the better schools or not? You base it based on the report cards, the schools rankings, how many graduation, teacher-student pupil ratio. None of that stuff was available anymore. You could only go to websites like greatschools.com and stuff, which had old information. And the majority of the information they had on those websites at the time were like opinions from parents. Oh, yeah, the teacher was great because she baked the kids' cookies. That doesn't make a great school. But yet they got 5 stars because of the teacher was really nice and she made cookies for the kids, So that's not really a good way to evaluate them. So at the time back then, I was married and my wife was a public educator, had her principal's license and even a superintendent license. So I asked her, I said, what do? I need to look up good school districts. And she's like, well, you can look up, they have something new it was new at the time. They call it blue ribbon schools. You could rank them by blue ribbon schools. And you could find that in the Star Ledger. If you went to the Star Ledger's website, you could look up blue ribbon school ranking in districts that had them. So I used that as my basis. Okay. So I did all this work looking for those places near the trains that went to New York that had the extra curricular activities for the kids, had good schools, had the shops and all that stuff. And so I did a lot of research for the guy, you know, knowing that he's going to buy an expensive home and there's a lot of commission in it. I was like, it's worth it for me to do, you know, put my time in here. And then I put that all proud. I had this report of all these towns. I didn't have any homes on it. I just had a list of all the towns going on. And I presented it to him, and then he looks at it like this. He goes, what's this? I say, well, that's a list of all the towns that meet your criteria. They have all the extra curricular activity for the kids. It's near the trains to Manhattan. It's got this, that, and the other thing. And I said, and it has, they all have blue ribbon schools. And he was like, I don't want to see any of this blue ribbon school bullshit. I mean, how do you react to that? You know, he said, do you even know what a blue ribbon school is? I said, yeah, it's a good school. He said, do you know how they come up with determining whether it's a blue ribbon school? I said, and then he started going off and telling me, he's like, well, if you go to the Star Ledger website, I was like, oh, actually, that's where I got this information from. He's like, yeah, but underneath the search, there is a word there. It says data, and there's a little asterisk there. If you were to click on that asterisk, it shows you how much weight they put in different subjects. And he's like, I want to know what are the reading scores, the reading and writing, arithmetic, sciences, how many students go on to graduate and go to Ivy League colleges. I don't know if that data was ever available for, I mean, graduation rates, yeah, but how many go to Ivy League colleges and stuff? I don't think that was ever even a thing, you know? And he's like, if you go there and you look at the two things that they put the most weight in, or actually the top three things that they put the most weight in, two or three. One was diversity. I mean, we all want our kids to be diverse and familiar with other cultures. He's like, but that's not on the top of my list when I think of a good school. I'm thinking, you know, the scores. Can they read? Can they write? Can they do math and science? Do they learn history? You know, that should be on the top of the list. The graduation rates, teacher-student pupil ratio, things like that. And he's like, and then the other thing was subsidies. How much government subsidies they're getting. That's money. How much money they're getting. Care how much money they're getting from the government. That doesn't make it a better school. Needless to say, the guy didn't buy a house through me. And I put all my work in that. And he's like, I don't want to see any of this blue ribbon school bullshit. Actually, that's the way. I mean, I went there to confirm it. And he was actually right. That's actually how they, at the time, that's actually how they ranked blue ribbon schools. And they put the most weight in cultural diversity and how much money you're getting from the state, those schools. So I understood that. Now it's changed. Blue ribbon school rankings have changed totally how they do it. They do put more weight in test scores, teacher pupil ratio, and all that. But back then, when they just started it was not. So I mean, I didn't know how to answer it. How do you answer that? You know, but because the data wasn't there from school report cards, I couldn't do nothing. That's the only information I got. You know, I did my best what I could do. So you see the two ends of the spectrum, from dealing with this rich guy to dealing with this girl who's like, hey, it's been a year since someone got shot there. You know, I mean, these things can be kind of subjective. You know, what do you consider a good school? What do you consider a safe area? You know, you wouldn't think that it's subjective. I mean, I know what a good school is. I know what a safe area is. But do they think the same way that you do? is the question. And that's where we're getting into that gray territory. So you're better off when they ask you questions about that, throwing it back on them. So this guy, he was new to the area. So I assume he didn't have any of this knowledge, you know. I should have probed him more and asked him, well, what do you consider a good school? Did you have any in mind, any areas in mind that you wanted? You know, I didn't throw back all those questions because I didn't want to step on his toes. I wanted to be, you know, sucking up to him pretty much. And that's not the way to do this business. You're a better agent if you throw questions back at them to get more information, you know. And if I did that a little bit more, maybe I would have gotten them as a client, and I wouldn't have had to do as much research as I did, which was pretty much not even appreciated anyway. So, you know, he didn't even say, thank you for doing all the research. I know, but did you know that this is how they ranked it as a blue ribbon school at the time, you know? I didn't even get that, you know? So, yeah, that aspect of the job could be tough. Now, let me give you another example. I had a townhouse in North Brunswick available for sale. I got the listing. The owner was an Indian lady. She was telling me about how her unit is bigger than the others. It's a corner unit. It has a full basement. Some of those units there don't have basements, and they're not even full. Mine is full. I got a corner unit. I've got a bigger garage than the others as well, and blah, 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 blah. All right. So I got 1 million calls for this listing. Priced it right, bigger unit, everything's nice about it. And I got 1 million calls, but a bunch of the calls, I got my fair share of calls where people are like, who lives there? I was like, well, the owner lives there, but she'll be moving out. You'll get it vacant. And they're like, no. Who lives there in the area? And I was like, well, I can't talk about the people who live in an area. If you'd like, you could come down. I can show you the unit. You could walk the neighborhood, talk to the neighbors, and see if it's a place that you like. Okay? I can't talk about that. So I got asked this question so many times. I started saying, you know, I can lose my license if I talk about that. I can't. It could be deemed discriminatory. Yeah, I'll show you the place, and you can talk to the neighbors. And then I started also saying, well, I'm sure they're very nice people. You know, who lives in the area? I'm sure they're very nice people. But if you want to meet them, you could come down. I'll show you the place, and you could talk to the neighbors, explore the neighborhood, see if it's a place that's that you like. And a lot of people, nothing much came of that. I had one New York couple that called. I know because they're a strong New York accent that they have. And they called up, asked the same question, who lives there? And I was like, ma'am, I can't talk about who lives in the area. I could lose my license for that. I could get fined. It could be deemed discriminatory. And she's like, oh, no. You got us all wrong. We're New Yorkers. We live in a diverse neighborhood. And I was like, ma'am, it doesn't matter what your reasoning is behind it. I'm not allowed to talk about. I could talk about the real estate. I could talk about the schools. I cannot talk about people who live in the area. That could be discriminatory, and it's illegal for me to do so. I could lose my license, you know. But that's funny. She was like, no, you got us all wrong. We're New Yorkers. We want a diverse neighborhood. So who lives there? It doesn't matter how you phrase the question. You're still asking for information I'm not allowed to talk about. You know, so you guys are going to have to find a way to have this conversation with people and not explode at them. Don't have a chip on your shoulder. Be like, you know, assuming everybody's racist that's calling and asking these questions. Okay. But you're going to have to find a way to be respectful to everybody and yet turn that question around, turn that situation around. Try to turn it into a call to action. Well, I could set up an appointment and show you. If you come on down, we can set up an appointment. I can show it to you, and then we can walk the neighborhood. You could talk to a couple of the neighbors, and you could see if it's a place. You know, like I was doing. You know, that's the best you could really do. You know, that's. I mean, unless you got some other ideas, I'd love to hear them. You know, on how to approach it. I mean, we're the human condition. You know, we have to learn how to communicate with each other and not just react and blow up. Okay. But it could be difficult to answer some of these questions sometimes. And like this one lady was saying, you know, people always say, I'm not racist, but what's the makeup of the neighborhood? Now that doesn't mean that the person's racist that's calling either. Maybe they just want to know, oh, is it mostly families? Are they singles? Are they couples? They may not have even been about race, but it doesn't matter. Those are still protected classes too, aren't they? Familial status, so I can't talk about any of it. So it makes it kind of difficult over the phone to have these conversations, but you can get them come down, talk to the neighbors, but that's the best way to approach it. Okay. Answer that good enough, or anybody, any other questions?
Giving your real life examples really makes it, what's that called? Makes it really easier for me to envision.
We're all humans. We got to learn how to communicate with each other. Don't be bashful, shy, or nervous about talking to somebody. I know, like things like race and stuff it can be a touchy subject for some people to talk about. And some people just naturally have a chip on their shoulder, no matter what you say to them, no matter how open and honest and friendly you are to them, you're a racist, so it's, you just got to ignore people like that and just try to have this open conversation. I don't have a racist bone in my body, the woman I was married to wasn't a white woman, so I have, I've got plenty of black people in my family. My cousins, their kids. It's interesting how people automatically, throw out assumptions there or have their opinions with their chips on their shoulders, and I just let it go over my head. Let them think whatever they want. Because I really need to value your opinion for it to matter. These are strangers to you. You don't need to value their opinions. Opinions are like buttholes. You know what they're good for. So everybody's got one, and it's only good for one thing.
Why would Ann Bryant, who's required by her profession to adhere to a federal law, risk
let me optimize the video again.
Losing her license?
What's the mix of the neighborhood? And I cannot address that.
So why would Ann Bryant, who's required by her profession to adhere to a federal law, risk losing her license? She agreed to meet us at the Heritage for an interview. You said you show most of the properties here. To the best of your knowledge, have you ever discriminated based on a person's race as to whether or not they can live here?
Anybody can live at the Heritage. We have no discrimination of any kind in the building.
She denied ever talking about race with potential buyers, even after I told her about our investigation. We've had several people come to us and say that you say that this is not a mixed community, that it's only white people are allowed to live here.
No, I've never made that statement to anyone. I would certainly lose my license if I did a thing like that. We do not have a mixed neighborhood. I've never made a statement like that.
So here's what's happened as a result of our investigation. Today, Ann Bryant submitted this letter to her employer. She's retiring from real estate effective immediately. To remind her.
Now you may be thinking, what, she's getting off easy, just like saying that until this blows over? Well, keep watching. It's a little bit more involved than that.
Her agents, their agents, of the importance of this issue. Her former employer is requiring each agent to sign a second ethics policy. Also, I've spoken with the president of the Heritage Homeowners Association. His comments: we don't discriminate in any way at all on the issue of why Bryant has been on hand almost every time a prospective buyer looks at a condo for sale in the building. The president said, quote, she is not authorized by the board to show property. After viewing our tape, HUD opened its own investigation. HUD officials have told us their attorneys will be able to make a decision based on the possible violation of federal law very soon. And of course, J.R. and Darcy will keep you posted.
Well, Johnny, has this realtor had any past incidents?
We found out today, yes, she has. In 1997, a couple filed a claim against Bryant's former employer, naming her and her realtor as accusing her of steering. That's a practice referred to right here in the Fair Housing Act. Protected class, what type of housing or location would or not be appropriate for them, steering them in that direction. Her employer settled that claim, and Bryant had to pay a fine for that offense. So certainly a lot coming out of this story still to come, and we're going to continue to follow it in the next couple of days.
All right, Johnny, thank you.
Sure.
Well, we also contacted the State Realtors Association after our investigation of the Heritage, and this is how they responded to what we uncovered. Realtors adhere to a high standard of integrity and a code of ethics that requires equal access to fair and affordable housing for all, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, handicap, or national origin.
He skipped familial status. I guess he couldn't pronounce that word. But those are the 7 protected classes under federal law.
Go on to say, as realtors, we deplore and will actively pursue action against any member whose actions run contrary to the federal or state fair housing laws or the Realtor Code of Ethics.
Well, we would like to get your feedback on our investigation of the Heritage. There are 2 ways you can voice your opinion. You can call us at 647-PX.com, including tonight.
Okay, so here's the result of what happened here. In 2005, HUD launched an investigation and reached a settlement with her broker, Century 21 Bob Capes Realtors. Bryant had to give up her real estate license, and then she died later that year. But the story doesn't end. Jared Glover, a Black public relations specialist for the city of Columbia, South Carolina, who was that reporter Chappell's roommate at the time, Bryant made her comments. He went in and he was one of those people that went in as a part of that sting to see how she reacted. And of course, she discriminated against him. So he filed, even though he wasn't really looking for housing there, he was just part of the sting. I guess he saw that as an opportunity because he was discriminated against by her to sue them. So he did follow suit, even though she's dead. He sued her broker still, and he got a settlement in court for $90,000, even though she's dead, because her broker should have been aware. Remember, your broker needs to provide guidance and direction, and your broker can be held liable for things that their agents do if they had, what did we call that term? If the broker was aware their agents are doing something wrong or should have known they were doing something wrong. What do we call that?
Guilty knowledge.
There you go, guilty knowledge. If the broker should have been aware or knew that she had a past history like this anyway, should have kept a closer eye on her. She had guilty knowledge, so the broker was held liable here in this case and had to pay out $90,000 in that settlement. So she's already dead, and he's still paying for her. And then as a result, he had all of his agents. It's not Century 21. Century 21 is a franchise. It's Bob Capes Realtors, the local specific brokerage, okay? Agreed to provide fair housing training for its employees and outreach to minority communities after this incident, okay? And then that was the end of it. But how do you guys like seeing the actual cases here from start to finish about giving you an example of someone who actually was involved in discrimination? And I mean, this was blatant discrimination. She was right there on camera talking about race. Well, there is no reason for you to be talking about people's race. If anything, you should be avoiding those conversations, okay? There's no reason whatsoever to talk about race, even though your clients may sometimes bring it up. You want another quick instance? I had a house I sold in Roselle. It was one of my listings. And the guy owned a dry cleaner companies or whatever. And he had this beautiful house in Roselle. It was on one of the biggest lots I've ever seen in Roselle too. It was huge. The backyard went back and back and back. It was so deep, this property. And the house, it was meticulously maintained as if he had a live-in maid there or something. You know, the way this house was so clean and spotless and organized, it was beautiful. So I was meeting with a new client, and we were going to meet at that house. Okay, gave her the address. I told her I had showings I'd be coming from. So she got there first, and then I got there shortly after she had an opportunity to look out, walk around the house and look in the backyard and stuff. And I get there, I unlock the doors, start showing her the house, the backyard. She already seen it. We come out. I'm putting the keys back in the lockbox after I lock up the house, and we're standing on the front porch talking. And she's like, I love this house. It is beautiful, especially the yard. The property's beautiful. If you could get me something like this in a different neighborhood. She's like, when I came, I got off the parkway. I had to come around. There was a bunch of fast food places. And then I came through a neighborhood that it was all black people. She's like, I don't want to live in the ghetto. You know, keep in mind, this girl was black. Okay. And this is how she's talking to me. So now I already got the keys in the lockbox. I'm sitting at the, I'm standing and leaning against the other railing on the porch, and she's on the other. And I'm over here just looking at her, checking her out, you know, and I'm like hearing like the most racist stuff coming out of her mouth about black people. And I'm looking at her and I'm like, she's black. And I'm like, am I getting punked here or something? You know, we have something called the undercover mystery shoppers. God, my mind is going blank right now what it's even called. We'll have it here at the end of the chapter. But you know, I thought that she was a one of these undercover mystery shoppers from HUD, which, hold on one second. This is really bothering me. My mind has gone
A
blank.
secret shopper?
Tester. There we go. They're called testers. Yeah. So basically, HUD trains volunteers. They're not employees. They train volunteers who want to see if people are discriminating, or if they'll chime in on your conversations if you start talking about like discriminatory rhetoric and stuff. So I'm here leaning against the railing on the other side, looking at her and listening. I'm not saying anything. I'm just listening to her as she's like talking about going through these neighborhoods. She's like, yeah, I have to go by this place, you know, all these fast food places. Then there was this neighborhood with all these black people outside, and there was all black people in the park, nobody else, you know. And like she's like throwing out like all these like, you know, discriminatory things, and I'm just like, okay. And I'm like checking her out, and I'm like, oh, so did you have any idea where it was you wanted to look? You know, she's like, well, I'm not familiar down here, you know. Now, so I thought she was a tester. I thought she was punking me. I thought she was testing me to see if I was going to chime in on any of that. Because I was like, she's like throwing out like all these stereotypes, you know, and I was like, something ain't right here. It actually she ended up being a legitimate buyer, and I did sell her a house. But at the beginning, the way that she was talking, everything came out of her mouth just all wrong. And yeah, I kind of understood where she was coming from. She was under a lot of stress. Both of her parents just died in a car accident, and she became the instant guardian for her two younger twin sisters. And she was trying to. She had a good job, but she wasn't making as much money as her parents did. And they were living in a more richy neighborhood up in North Jersey that was a mixed neighborhood, you know. And she was trying to explain where it was that she wanted to be, but the words weren't coming out of her mouth right, you know. So, yeah, it just took me listening to her more. Okay, I didn't chime in on any of the rhetoric, but I just probed and asked more questions about the areas that she would like to be in, because she wasn't familiar with the you know, the Union County area where she was wanting to move to, because it was more affordable for her, and not too far away from where she worked. So I ended up finding her a place. She ended up so I ended up selling her a place actually in Rahway on the Clark border. There's a back area there where a lot of doctors, attorneys, professional basketball players and football players own homes. So it's a nice little area by the there's a park over there with a lake. It's a really nice area. It's like kind of secluded in Rahway, right on the Clark border. So I ended up finding her house, huge yard, everything. I don't think the house was as nice, but it was bigger. But anyway, it was in a good price range and everything. She found it. I even got invited to the housewarming party. You know, it was pretty cool. But she ended up being a real cool person. It's just that everything came out of her mouth all wrong when, you know, and sometimes you deal with people like that. So you just got to be careful, because she could have been a tester. You know, the way that she was talking, she came off to me like all wrong. Testers are usually buyers or renters. They may be talking about discriminatory things or making cracking jokes or things, trying to see if you start chiming in on it. They could be the same race as you or the opposite, the same sex as you or the opposite, same sexual orientation or the opposite, you know. all of those protected classes, just to chime in and see how you react. Okay. So remember, this is a business. Even though you're going to start being friendly and building rapport with people and such, don't become too loose and relaxed with your joking around and clowning around. Okay. Because somebody could take it the wrong way. Treat it like a business, treat everybody fairly and equally, and you won't have a problem, even if you come across a tester. Testers, they could be there one day, the next day, their phone numbers are disconnected, their emails are bouncing, and, you know, because they were just fake profiles that they made up just to test you. Okay. They're like people with social justice mission. You know, they have a lot of free time on their hands. I guess they could go out there and test real estate agents just to see if they're doing the right thing. That's what testers are. Okay. All right. So anyway, let's continue here. A person who believes illegal discrimination occurred has up to 1 year after the alleged act to file a charge with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, or 2 years to bring a federal a suit and have it heard in federal court. So HUD will investigate. They'll send out their investigators, like you just saw in that video that I just showed you. And if the department believes discriminatory acts had occurred or are about to, they could issue their own charges and investigate on their own further from there. Any party involved or HUD themselves can choose to charge somebody or have it heard in federal court. And if no one requests the court procedure, the charge will be heard by an administrative judge within HUD. If HUD still, like the person who was discriminated against says they don't want to move forward with it, HUD still can. And it'll be heard by an administrative judge within HUD itself. And the judge has the authority to issue an injunction. Let's highlight this and underline that and add that word to your definition list. It's often used on state exam for some reason. Anybody know? Well, I forget about it. I'll just explain to you. An injunction is when a judge orders somebody to take action or refrain from taking action. A judge orders somebody to do something or to stop doing something. Like if they're engaging in a discriminatory behavior, like they don't want to rent to you, a judge can order them to rent the unit. So an injunction would be an order of the offender to take action, to rent to the complaining party, for example, or to refrain from taking action. Now, under the federal law, in the if it's heard by an administrative judge within HUD itself, there are limits on the penalties that can be imposed. As of March 17th, 2023, those penalties were $24,793 for a first violation. You don't need to highlight this or memorize this. I don't see how you could memorize these numbers anyway. There's $24,793 for a first violation to $61,982 for a second violation within 5 years, and $123,315 for further violations within 7 years. Okay, you do not need to memorize the penalties. Okay, and that's if it's only heard in front of an administrative judge within HUD. If you wish to take it to federal court, there are no top dollar amounts or limits on penalties or awards in federal court. And the person has another additional year. They have up to 2 years to file the complaint. Okay, everybody got these highlights? All right, so here I got it all on my one slide here. We're going to now, well, this is about the remaining things under the Civil Rights Act of 1968. HUD enforces the federal anti-discriminatory laws. You have 1 year to file a complaint, file charges before an administrative judge within HUD, or 2 years if you want to make a federal case out of it and have it heard in federal court. An injunction is when a judge orders someone to do something, to take action, or refrain from taking action. And then here's everything you need to know about the LAD. The LAD is the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination. That's what LAD stands for. New Jersey Law Against Discrimination. All real estate is covered by the LAD, commercial and residential. It does not cover personal property, this law. All right, so this is the third anti-discriminatory law we went over, right? Or we're going over now. The first one is the Civil Rights Act of 1866. What are the protected classes? Race and color. And then they also added religion and national origin. The property, what kind of property is covered in that? All property, real and personal. Under the Civil Rights Act, the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, housing, that's residential, houses are residential, so it's only residential real estate, and it has more protected classes. That's where you have the 7 federal protected classes. And then we have, now we're going over LAD. The LAD, the Law Against Discrimination, is a New Jersey state law. It covers all real estate, no personal property, just real estate, both residential and commercial. So complaints are made and enforced by the highest law enforcement officer in the state, which is the State Attorney General's office. You have 6 months or 180 days to file that complaint. I think on exams, they usually refer to it as 180 days. But either way, 6 months or 180 days to file a complaint. Anybody that interferes with the investigation can be subjected up to a $500 fine and 1 year in prison. The Attorney General's memorandum, okay, Attorney General is the highest law enforcement officer in the state. The word memorandum is a fancy word for a notice. That's a document coming from the Attorney General. This is a disclosure about the New Jersey LAD and federal laws and must be given to property owners. Who's it given to? Property owners. At the time we get a listing. So you give it to both residential and commercial property owners at the time we get a listing. Why? Because if they're offering their property for sale or rent, they cannot discriminate against who they're giving it to, or renting it to, or selling it to. Licensees must refuse listings when a property owner indicates that they may have an intent to discriminate. So if you're talking to somebody and they tell you that they plan on discriminating, they give you that inkling, you have to turn down the listing. Because listen, this is not a place where you're going to educate somebody and school them and learn them and have them change their ways overnight. If they're going to be discriminating, you know, don't take a listing and then this person's going to be giving you a headache later on when they're going to be discriminating against people and now pulling you in, and now you could get in trouble for that as well. So there's actually an exam question on that too. You know, what do you do if a property owner, you go in for a listing and a property owner indicates that they may engage in discriminatory activity? Turn down the listing. What's the first document, or what document do you give to property owners at the time you get a listing about discrimination or the anti-discriminatory laws? What document do you give to people?
The LAD?
I was waiting for that. No, it's actually the Attorney General's memorandum. I made the same mistake when I was in your place, and I know I got that exam question wrong. And that's why I was waiting for an answer for somebody, because I knew somebody was going to say that. The LAD is the law. You don't give the law to people, you give them the document that talks about the law. And that document is called the Attorney General's memorandum. I remember when I went for my salesperson exam, I think I failed it 3 times. You know, or actually I failed it twice. I passed on the 3rd time. This was one of the things I was, you know, the first couple of times I took it for granted. And then I started studying everything. And as I'm going through my notes, I'm looking at Attorney General Memorandum and the LAD. And I'm like, man, it looks like it's the same thing. It does the same thing. What the hell's the difference? And then I realized the Attorney General's Memorandum is the document that you give to them. The LAD is the law. Okay, so the Attorney General's Memorandum is the document that talks about the law. You don't give people the law, you give them the document that talks about the law. And that document is the Attorney General's Memorandum. Okay? So I like to make it a point because I know that's a common mistake. I made it myself when I was in your position. So that's why I want to make a point about it. So you guys catch that. Now I'm pointing it out for you. Okay, so make sure you got your notes right on that. The Attorney General's Memorandum is the document that you give to property owners. You don't give it to buyers or renters because they're free to discriminate all they want. They could choose where they want to live, who they want to live near, and all that. Now, if they're searching for a home based on discriminatory preferences, we cannot help them. We cannot aid them in that search based on those discriminatory preferences. However, they're free to choose where they want. We can still show them homes, just we can't be like, okay, there's too many of these people there, or too many of those people, and they don't want to live by those people or those people. Okay, we can't help them search for homes based on that. We can help them search for homes based on objective criteria, the architectural style, the location, the town or neighborhood they want to be in, the price range, things of that nature. Those are the types of things that real estate agents, salespeople can look for and assist people in. And then it's up to them. They can walk the neighborhood and see if there's people, if they like the neighborhood and the people there or not. That's up to them. If they want to discriminate based on that, that's up to them to do. They're free to do that all they want. You can live wherever the hell you want. But as long as we don't aid them in. So that's why we don't need to give them the Attorney General's Memorandum. The Attorney General's Memorandum is specific to property owners. If you're putting your property up for sale or rent, you cannot discriminate against who you're going to sell it or rent it to based on a protected class. Okay. Actually, here's a copy of the latest Attorney General's Memorandum. Let me see if I could click on that, and I'll get you the link from our shared Google Drive. Actually, I think I gave you the link from the one of the New Jersey Realtors Associations the other day that gave you the link to this as well. But it's not like this is changing or anything. But if you guys take a look at this, actually, let me open it up. Let me download it and open it. Still opening in the browser. That's all right. I'll zoom in. There we go. This is the Attorney General's Memorandum. You see, it's got the Great Seal of New Jersey here at the top. The governor at the time, Phil Murphy. It looks like an email, right? To property owners from the acting Attorney General at the time. Subject, housing discrimination laws. Okay. We're actually going to go over this document. I'll open it up and actually we'll read through the whole thing. Go over these common examples of violations and penalties and all that stuff. We'll actually go over this in a few. Let's just go back here. All right, so on the slide here, you can see what are the penalties for violating the law against discrimination. It's up to $10,000 for a first offense, up to $25,000 for a second offense, and up to $50,000 for further violations. So we don't need to know what the penalties are for violating the federal in the federal law because those numbers were obscure. Remember, we read them. They were very. How are you going to even remember those numbers? These are even numbers, so they're easier to remember. 10, 25, 50, 10, 25, 50. Okay, for violations of the New Jersey law against discrimination, you'll need to know these. Okay. So if you want to snap a picture of this slide before I move on, because we'll be highlighting all this information is like one, there's gonna be one line on this page, one line down here, one line over there. It's not gonna be all together. I got it all together right here. You guys can look at it at a glance and have everything right in front of your face right here to study. This is a lot easier to study by taking a screenshot of this, okay? The LAD is the New Jersey law against discrimination. What kind of property is covered? All real estate, residential and commercial. The Attorney General's is the one that investigates. You have 180 days, 6 months to file a complaint. The Attorney General's memorandum must be given to property owners at the time you get a listing. We have to turn down listings where an owner indicates that they may discriminate. And the penalties are $10,000, $25,000, $50,000. Okay. Easier to remember. Everything's right in your face. Okay. If you didn't highlight this, we're going on to show you where to highlight it now in the book. Okay. If anybody needs a second, let me know. Otherwise, I'm changing the slide. Okay. In case you did not know, you cannot use threats or acts of violence to get somebody to move somewhere. If you come across somebody who does start using threats or acts of violence to intimidate anybody, report it to your police or the local FBI. Here are the protected classes under New Jersey law. We know that the Civil Rights Act of 1866 has the protected classes of race and color, national origin, and religion. The Fair Housing Act of 1968 has the 7 protected classes. And then we have the LAD, the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, which has a lot more. These are the protected classes under the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination. Race, color, national origin, ancestry, nationality, creed. Creed is the doctrine of religious beliefs that people have. Sex, gender identity or expression, affectional or sexual orientation, marital status, civil union status, domestic partner status, familial status. If you're pregnant or breastfeeding, that's a protected class. Actual or perceived mental or physical disability. So, wait a minute, actual or perceived? Yeah, even if you're not disabled, but somebody thinks that you are, you just became a protected class. Source of lawful income used for mortgage or rental payments, like Section 8 housing choice vouchers or state rental assistance programs, or TRA, the temporary rental assistance that we get from Catholic and Jewish charities in New Jersey. Liability for services in the armed forces of the United States. Yeah, wow. We have to make our own military a protected class. Who's discriminating against our own military? You know, there's an element of people out there, especially in the younger generation, that are just being taught all wrong. They're being taught that we are the oppressors, that we are the people to be hated, that the United States is the evil one. So they go after our own armed forces. It's like Vietnam all over again, where our soldiers came back from horrific war and they're spat on by these activists that hid from the war and stayed home and decided that they were just going to trip on acid and get high and go to concerts, you know. But then they spit on our soldiers and call them baby killers. Okay. That is sad. Anyway, it's also illegal to place any advertisements or make any statements or utterances that express directly or indirectly any limitation to offer housing or real estate based on any of those characteristics. Technically speaking, under the FCHA, the Fair Chance in Housing Act, ex-convicts are now referred to as system-involved people. That's not technically, that's actually, because it says it right on the FCHA. Okay. When you have been convicted of a crime, you're sent to prison, you are known as a convict because you've been convicted, okay, by definition of the word. When you served your time and you're released from prison, you are now an ex-con, short for ex-convicts. Okay, no longer a convict. But I guess the powers that be said that that's a stigmatizing term. So we need to soften the language and come up with a new term for it. So now we're going to call them system-involved people. Okay. And they're considered a protected class in New Jersey. Okay. So.
Question on all of the laws for background checks and asking about criminal activity. Does that apply to commercial properties as well as residential?
Yes.
Yes.
Because it falls under the LAD, and in New Jersey, the law against discrimination, it covers all real estate, both residential and commercial. This is a chart on page 75 that just shows like the different protected classes covered under here, under the law. As you can see, New Jersey law against discrimination has more protected classes than the federal laws. Civil Rights Act, the Fair of 1866, the Housing Community Development Act, which we didn't even go over. And that just covers sex. I guess that was the creation of ECOA. Actually, here's ECOA, Equal Credit Opportunity Act. All right. So there are some exceptions to New Jersey's law against discrimination, and they're similar to the federal law, except New Jersey law applies to rentals. It allows rooms, apartments, or flats in certain types of housing to be restricted to members of one sex. You know what? Hold on a second. Let me throw out a poll. I didn't throw out a poll this morning. Come on, people, wakey, wakey. There's a poll out there. Answer the poll. Two more. One more. Thank you. All right, so religious-based organizations to discriminate on the basis of religion, and an owner-occupant to discriminate except for race in the rental of a duplex or over-under. That's a two-family house where you got one apartment above the other. Duplex, they're side by side. Note that these exemptions are similar to those available in the federal fair housing law. New Jersey, however, does not contain a federal exemption for homeowners selling their own homes or when a broker is involved. There's never an exception for race, whether or not the broker is involved. Here, I made this chart up. This is not in the book. I made this up. It makes it easier at a glance to see what types of property are covered under which law. Which laws cover personal property? Only the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Okay. The Fair Housing Act of 1968 does not cover personal property, and neither does the New Jersey LAD. Residential property is covered by all three of them. Commercial property is only covered by the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the LAD, not the Fair Housing Act that has the word house in it. That's residential, not commercial. So you can see that at a glance now using this chart. Okay, page 76. Blockbusting and record keeping. Okay, if you get 3 or more listings on one block or one street in a single month, you need to keep a record of how you got those listings. What you were doing for prospecting? Were you going door to door, door knocking? And if so, what was the script that you were using? What were you saying to people that convinced them to sell their homes? They want to make sure you're not engaging in panic peddling. If it was a mailing, you need to keep a copy of that mailing or whatever the advertisement that was used that got you those listings. Okay. Because that's not very common, right? Getting 3 listings on one block or one street in a single month. So if you do, they want you to keep those records for at least a year in case any claims of discrimination pop up for blockbusting. And then New Jersey has its own poster, just like the federal law does. But failure to display that poster does not make you automatically guilty of discrimination. It's just punishable by a fine of $100 or more. Okay. Everybody find that? Let's see where that's located to highlight that stuff. Here's New Jersey's poster, or one example of it. I've seen a couple variants of it. So this is New Jersey's equal housing opportunity poster, that if you don't post it, it's a minimum $100 fine. Now, New Jersey has a lot more protected classes. So if we were actually to look at this, what is it? The LAD prohibits discrimination, and it goes over all the different protected classes. Actually, they're not even all listed here, updated on this one. The anti-discrimination provision also means employers cannot fire someone or pay someone less money or refuse. Okay, so it's not just about housing. This poster goes over housing as well as other issues of discrimination that are covered under the LAD. It's New Jersey's Division of Civil Rights. The Attorney General Division of Civil Rights. They got a bunch of people down there. A lot of them are young kids that their job is just to think of different ways of discrimination to come up with new protected classes, pretty much, because they have classes on. I get email alerts from this stuff. They throw around different ideas, and they throw classes and seminars about different kinds of discrimination or possibilities of discrimination in the future for protected classes and such. And issues that may be coming up. Like now they targeted real estate agents, they targeted attorneys, now they're targeting appraisers. That's like the new thing, saying that appraisers are discriminating, okay? So, I mean, in the past, you're having people complaining that for tax reasons, that appraisers were overestimating the values of the properties for Black people, forcing them to pay higher taxes. Okay. Now the argument is appraisers are now not appraising the properties at a high enough value so that they could get the loans to purchase more expensive homes. You know? So I guess it depends. I guess it depends on the time of the year, on whether it. A high appraisal or low appraisal is acceptable. But they also give some examples of where appraisers actually do get involved in discrimination. And it's not a common thing. It's pretty rare, but it does happen in New York City. Because all the examples that New Jersey gave were like in California and New York City, and it was some really wacky situations where it was applied to, and it was really strange. But they couldn't give any examples because I was asking, and I had one of my other teachers asking for examples in New Jersey, and they couldn't give one. It's not common. But anyway, they give all kinds of stuff like that. You don't need to know that. We're not appraisers. Okay, so enforcement under the LAD. Once again, all the stuff was on that one slide down the bottom in that little circle. Here on page 78, we'll highlight this, and this. So this is about, you have 180 days to file a complaint under the LAD with the Attorney General. The penalties are up to 10,000, 25, and 50. The complaints are brought to the Attorney General's office. And then this is new under the Fair Chance and Housing Act. You have up to, if you violate that law, it's up to $1,000 for a first offense, 10,000 5,000 for a second, and 10,000 for more violations. I don't know if that's on exam. I would assume that it is, because this is still, I mean, this was 2022 that they added it. I haven't had any students that came back to me and saw the questions about the FCHA and having to know the fines, but I would assume that there will probably be questions about it in that vast database that the state has of state exam questions. So you might as well highlight it. And let me know when everybody's got those highlights. Okay, everybody got it? Still working on it?
I got it.
Okay. And on the same page, a little bit further down, notice that listing. Let's highlight this. You got to give a copy of the Attorney General's memorandum to the owners at the time of the listing. And you have to turn down listings where an owner indicates that they may possibly want you to discriminate. Or they will discriminate. Either way. All right. All right, let's go over the New Jersey Attorney General's memorandum now. I shared the link with you already. Let's actually go over the document itself. Instead of reading through the other pages, we'll just actually go over the document itself. you see, it looks like an email to property owners from the Attorney General's office about housing discrimination laws. It's to property owners. So the Real Estate Commission requires every licensed broker or salespeople to give a copy of this to property owners at the time we get a listing that talks about the LAD and the Fair Chance in Housing Act. And the law against discrimination covers all these protected classes, which we already went over. And the LAD applies to a wide range of activities, such as advertising, selling, renting, leasing, subletting, assigning, and showing property, including open land. Okay, you could also follow along if you want. This is started on page 79. And then they have bullet points in this version. See, older versions of the Attorney General's memorandum did not have actual examples. A couple of years back, they started including common examples, which I appreciate, because in the past we had to explain to people, oh, that is considered discrimination, that's illegal, you can't do that. And sometimes people would argue with us because they'd say, well, you say anything you want, you just want to get a sale, you know. But I'll show you where I had an argument once with somebody over that. But I like the fact that they actually have examples here of common situations that may arise. Like this one, the prohibition of discrimination based on source of lawful income means that, for example, a landlord cannot reject a tenant or prospective tenant because they intend to pay with subsidies or vouchers provided by federal, state, or local rental assistance programs, including Section 8, COVID-19 emergency rental assistance, state rental assistance programs, temporary, the TRA, the eviction prevention program, and unemployment benefits, child support, alimony, or supplemental security income. Housing providers cannot advertise a property in any way that discriminates based on source of lawful income, including by posting advertisements that state directly or indirectly a refusal to accept or express any limitation on vouchers or subsidies. For example, you can't advertise no Section 8 or TRA not accept, because these are lawful forms of income. I mean, if the person is dealing drugs or doing prostitution or something like that, those are not legal, lawful sources of income. That's different. But these are subsidies. Subsidies are sources of income that help people get by. Maybe they're low income, maybe they're going through a hardship. These things are there to help them. So you cannot discriminate based on where they're getting their lawful. They're getting the money legally, so it's a lawful source of income. You cannot discriminate based on that. You can't say this property is not approved for Section 8. Yeah, it's easy to get approved for Section 8. Don't worry about that. And the landlord's not going to have a say whether it is approved for Section 8 or not. If they put it up for rent and a tenant's interested in it, they'll go to their housing officer, and their housing officer will set up an appointment, and they'll send out an inspector, and it'll get approved for Section 8. Trust me, they're not that picky. And then your rental property will now be listed in Section 8 as a Section 8 approved landlord. And then, hey, your rent checks get direct deposit into your bank account. I don't know why you wouldn't accept. Now, in addition, housing providers must calculate any minimum income requirement, financial standard, or income standard based only on the portion of the rent that's to be paid by the tenant, rather than the entire rental amount, which may be subsidized partially or in whole. The LAD prohibits bias-based harassment in housing. That's basically sexual harassment. If a tenant is being subjected to bias-based harassment that creates a hostile environment, and if the housing provider knows or should have known about it, the housing provider must take reasonable attempts to stop it. See that? So if you get a tenant in there that you didn't do a background check on, or you agreed to rent to them because of you couldn't consider their background check, their criminal history check, and now they're sexually harassing other tenants, the landlord's going to be held liable for it. See, in the past, I used to be a superintendent of an apartment building. You know what we did if there was an argument between tenants? Call the police, file a complaint. I'm not your babysitter. It's not up to the landlord to mitigate arguments between tenants that don't get along. Call the cops, like you would if you were living in a house and you had an argument with your neighbor, right? It's the same thing. But nope, New Jersey will hold the landlord liable now for that. So they changed their laws a little bit. So that includes harassment by other tenants and by the housing provider's own agents or employees. A quid pro quo sexual harassment is where a building superintendent would demand sex or sexual favors as a condition of making necessary repairs or helping somebody apply for their continued receiving of their benefits. Could you imagine? Well, here's an example where that happened in Elizabeth. Oh, which I got to follow up with somebody on here. So this was in 2020. Section 8 landlord in New Jersey demanded sex from women renters, the feds say. Federal authorities have filed a lawsuit according a city landlord who rented to low-income residents for demanding sex from residents on multiple occasions in exchange for assistance. The sexual harassment complaint filed by the Department of Justice in the U.S. District Court of Newark named Joseph Centani, who authorities said owns numerous properties in and around the city of Elizabeth, ranging in size from 4 units to 100 units. Centani receives about $102,000 every month from the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program, or Section 8. Wow. Could you imagine? You own all this real estate, raking in all that dough. I mean, just in subsidized costs, forget about all the rents, just in subsidies, he's raking in $102,000 a month in rentals. And the guy can't get himself a woman. He has to sexually harass these people. Jesus, how bad off you got to be. I think I actually know this guy, and he's actually not a bad looking guy. He's a little bit older guy, but he's not a bad looking guy. I think I dealt with trying to sell one of his buildings once, if I'm not mistaken. The name sounds familiar. I think he had a 7-unit apartment building that I tried selling. I think it's the same guy. Anyway, still sexually harassing people. So the lawsuit alleges that since at least 2005 until last year, Centani engaged in severe and pervasive sexual harassment that included demanding oral sex in exchange for helping residents stay in their housing or receive rental assistance. Authorities also allege that he threatened to evict tenants who rejected his advances and also demanded sexual favors from prospective tenants. Oh my God, that takes some balls, huh? I mean, these people are just inquiring about the possibility of moving in here, and you're already sexually harassing them. Man, that takes a set of them on you. So here's some of the properties in Elizabeth that he owns in the Elmora section. I actually know somebody who lives in this building. I know a girl that lives in this building. I remember picking her up. We were going out to see a friend's band play. And I'm calling her up. I'm like, what the hell's taking so long? And she's like, my landlord caught me in the hallway, and he's such a pervert. He caught me in the hallway, and he doesn't want to let me go. So, and she was kind of young at the time. So the guy is kind of a perv. Obviously, we know now. How about this one? This one is in Hudson County, I think. Where was this at? I want you guys to tell me, do you think anything illegal occurred here? Here's my little write-up. While it's disgusting and understandable to be uncomfortable living there, knowing things like this are happening. If a landlord's employee enters your apartment, goes through your fiance's underwear drawer, and then masturbates in her panties, does that constitute a crime or sexual harassment if nobody was home? Has the landlord's employee sexually harassed anyone? Did he have the legal right to enter the apartment? Can a landlord enter an apartment without the permission of the tenant? My answer here is no, they cannot enter without prior permission in cases of emergencies like gas leaks or flooding. Those are the only times they could use their pass keys to enter the apartment. Otherwise, they're breaking and entering and could have criminal charges filed against them. It's actually a trespass complaint could be filed by the tenant with the local police department under the criminal code for defiant trespass under New Jersey statutes 2A:39-6. And I got that from the Truth in Renting booklet. If you are a renter in a building that has 3 or more rental units, not counting the unit the landlord lives in, the Truth in Renting booklet must be given to all residents in the building and posted in a common hall, in a common area like the hallway. But these rules in the Truth in Renting booklet apply to all renters in New Jersey. Okay, I'll give you that link. Let me click on. Here's the link to the Truth in Renting booklet. If you're a renter, your landlord should have given this to you. Well, they're only required to give it in buildings of 3 or more rental units, not counting the unit the landlord lives in. And if it's less than that, they're not required to give you the booklet, but these laws still do apply to you. So you may want this if you're a renter, to know your rights and obligations and to know the landlord's rights, duties, and obligations. But let's check out this story here. It's interesting.
Top story tonight, a Hoboken couple says their privacy was violated. Their bedroom security camera caught a maintenance worker going through their things.
But it's what they touched that has them still uneasy. News 12 New Jersey's Erica Such joining us in the newsroom with more on this story. Erica.
The couple tells us they purchased this security camera to just watch out when anyone was in their apartment, but never expected to capture an employee of their building going through their underwear. Take a look.
It said there was a notification for motion, so I checked it.
The Rivington resident Alex Sacchetti says he was at work just a few weeks ago when his security camera in his bedroom captured moments a maintenance worker did something out of the ordinary.
I started watching, and the man was, going towards the dresser. I was like, wow, that's strange. And then he opened it. He was going through my fiance's underwear. And, after I watched the entire event, there was potentially other lewd acts that took place, but mainly just going through my entire apartment.
The worker is seen checking the bedroom door, closing it, and turning off the lights before going into the corner of the room, blocked by pillows on the camera. Sacchetti says he quickly called management and alerted them. That's when this moment shows the man looking at the camera when he answers his radio call to leave the unit.
It was pretty much your whole privacy is violated.
Sacchetti says his fiancée has been so upset by the situation, she's staying elsewhere for now. They filed a report with Hoboken police, but were told this.
He had the right to be in here, and apparently anything that took place is not a crime.
The two have been back and forth with Equity Apartments, who owns the complex, but says their responses have been lacking empathy.
There's been some outreach from some sort of manager or something, I'm not exactly sure. But as far as oversight or, hey, so sorry this happened to you, none of that.
And while this situation still leaves him uneasy, Sacchetti says it's a warning for others.
People here or elsewhere that have buildings should just have some sort of surveillance to fall back on.
And the couple tells us they're hoping to switch apartments in the near future. We did reach out to Equity Apartments for comment, but did not hear back. In the newsroom, Erica Such, News 12, New Jersey.
Wow, that guy's kind of laid back and chill because I would be freaking out, man. You know, the guy comes into the apartment and does that. Man, I would beat his ass. You know, or at least when you go to the police department, you know, I would demand to speak to a higher ranking officer because them saying, oh, nothing he did was illegal. Look, if you look into the Truth in Renting booklet, it actually explains this. Did he have a reason to be in the apartment? That's breaking an entry right there. But as far as sexual harassment goes, did he sexually harass anybody? Could he be accused of sexual harassment or any of that for what he did? What do you think? Nobody got an opinion? I mean, nobody was home. If they didn't have the security camera, they wouldn't even have known he was in there doing that nasty business. All right? But so it's not sexual harassment or some kind of sexual crime. It's disgusting, but it's not a sexual harassment or sexual crime or anything. However, it is breaking an entry because unless you had a reason to be in there with a prior appointment or got the tenant's permission to be there for, you know, whether they were doing pest control spraying or if it was in there for an emergency, that's one thing. But just using a pass key to enter somebody's apartment and just peruse around, that's breaking an entry. All right, so housing providers have to provide, make reasonable accommodations to tenants with disabilities, unless doing so would be an undue burden to their operations. For example, if a tenant shows they have a disability and that keeping an emotional support animal is necessary to afford them an equal opportunity to use and enjoy the dwelling, the housing provider must permit that emotional support animal even if they have a no pets policy. So the housing provider must permit that emotional support animal. A no pets rule cannot be enforced against a person with a disability who keeps a service or guide dog. Landlord also may not charge the tenant with a disability extra fees for keeping a service or guide animal. And if you have a tenant with a disability that needs to make modifications to the premises, the landlord has to allow that tenant to make those modifications at the tenant's own expense. If they need to make modifications to give them full and equal access to enjoy the dwelling. Like if they need to put in a wheelchair ramp or a wider door to enter with a wheelchair, for example. At whose expense do they need to make those modifications? At the tenants. Now, the LAD prohibits discrimination based on familial status. That's having a family with children under the age of 18, whether they're adopted, foster children, or if it's a pregnant woman, or they say pregnant people. All right. Landlords similarly cannot use unreasonable occupancy restrictions to prevent families with children from moving in. See, I wish they had these examples when I had an issue with this one time, and it was not spelled out on the old Attorney General's memorandums. I actually came across a problem with this once. I think it was in Roselle Park. I had a couple. They were a married couple. They had 2 little children, and the wife was clearly pregnant and had one on the way. And they wanted to buy. They wanted to save up to buy a house, but in the meantime, they needed a new place to rent. So I was looking for a 2-bedroom condo I was going to show them, but we had to meet a landlord, the owner of the property there. And he let us in. And when he let us in, you know, the husband and wife and their children, they went inside first, and I was following behind. He grabbed me by the arm and said, "I'm not renting to them." I said, "Excuse me?" He said, "I'm not renting to them. I'm not going to get in trouble for renting to too many people." I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Well, there's already 4 of them. You got the wife and husband and 2 kids, and she's going to pop any day now." Those were his words. She's going to pop any day now. That's how he described her being pregnant, and that she's going to have a baby soon. That she's going to pop any day now. I never heard that expression like that by anybody, especially a stranger, you know, saying that, you know. And so I pulled him to the side and I told him to, you know, lower his voice. I said, you better talk to your real estate agent or your attorney before you start talking like this to people, because that's discrimination. You can't discriminate against my clients because she's pregnant. I was like, the city's not going to fine you, or you're not going to get in trouble because your tenant has a baby. And he said, "Well, you're going to say anything you want. You just want to earn a commission." And I was like, whoa. I was like, "You better talk to your attorney now." I said, because that's discrimination. And if you continue talking like this, or if you speak directly to my clients like that, you're going to be hit with a lawsuit so fast it's going to make your head spin. And you're going to be guilty of discrimination. So before you say another word, I highly suggest you talk to your attorney. And he did. My clients were interested in the place. They wanted to rent it. And so he discussed it with his attorney, and his attorney confirmed what I said, that first of all, that child is not here. She's pregnant, you know. The baby's not here. The baby has not been born yet, so you can't not count the baby as an occupant. And even after the baby is born, found out that the infant cannot be counted as an occupant until they reach 24 months of age. So even after the baby's born, they got 2 years that they could remain there as renters. Okay, so I discussed that with my clients. I let my clients know. They actually ended up renting the place from the landlord. But wow, I never, I never heard anybody, first of all, use that term, you know, she's going to pop any day now. But then the way he was using it so aggressively to say he's not going to rent to them. But he ended up renting to them after having that conversation with his lawyer. All right. Selectively inquiring about or requesting information about or documentation of a prospective tenant's immigration or citizenship status. Okay, well, this is not much of an issue anymore, especially with New Jersey being a self-proclaimed sanctuary state. Doesn't matter what they proclaim, they cannot violate federal law. They cannot overrule federal law. It's just that New Jersey themselves are not going to actively be going after anybody. But either way, in the past, when you rent to people or sell properties to people, there was an obligation to, ensure that those folks are here legally, but you cannot selectively do it. You know, you can't be like looking at someone and say, "Hey, you look like a foreigner, so are you a citizen?" You know, first of all, that's offensive, and that's illegal. You cannot just look at somebody and question whether they're a citizen or not based on the way they look. You know, anybody can be a citizen here. We're a melting pot from all around the world. You know, people can come here, they can apply for citizenship, become citizens, right? It doesn't matter how you look. It could be your ancestors years ago. You've been here you had generations of American citizens, but you came from somewhere else originally. They're talking about here you just looking at somebody, assuming that they're not a citizen, and then questioning them on that. Now, anybody can rent. You don't need to be a citizen to rent. Actually, you don't even need to be a citizen to own anymore. But it just needed to be disclosed for ownership reasons in the past. Doesn't anymore. As explained in the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in 2016, the report, okay, now they're talking about those, criminal justice system being systematically racist. So therefore, you doing background checks on people by extension makes you racist, okay? They say you can't put blanket policies against people with criminal convictions. You have to first agree to rent to them, and then do a background check. And if you do background checks, you have to do them equally on everybody. In other words, you don't do a background check on somebody because they're black, but not because but you don't do it on people who are white. Okay, yeah, because that's obviously discriminatory. Okay? If you're going to do background checks, you do them on everybody. You don't do them just based on somebody's race, because that's by definition racist, right? And so if you commit a discriminatory housing practice that violates the LAD, here we go. We can highlight that right on the LAD itself. $10,000 up to $10,000 for a first violation, $25,000 for second, and $50,000 for 2 or more violations within 7 years. And victims of discrimination may recover economic damages related to discrimination, like if they had to pay rent. If you had a landlord that discriminated against you, didn't rent to you, and you had to, as a result, rent another unit elsewhere and pay a higher rent, that landlord that did not rent to you, you could go after them and force them to pay the difference in your rent because they discriminated against you. And you could also recover damages related to discrimination, like having to pay the higher rent, as well as damages for emotional distress, pain, and humiliation. In more egregious cases, a victim could also recover punitive damages. And brokers and salespeople who you list your property with must give you this Attorney General's memorandum, which talks about the LAD, as well as state and federal laws. The broker or salesperson must refuse your listing if you indicate any intent to discriminate based on the LAD. And then they go on to say that even though New Jersey covers both residential and commercial in the LAD, there are some exceptions, and here are those exceptions. The LAD does not apply to rentals of 1 unit in a 2-family dwelling if the owner occupies the other unit, or the rental of a room or rooms in a 1-family owner-occupied building. A religious organization can give preference to people to the same religion. And in certain types of housing designated for older persons, the 55 plus and senior, it's not considered discrimination under the familial status requirement because the housing is meant for older persons. Okay, now let's start talking about that Fair Chance in Housing Act business here. They say housing providers, here we go. Fair Chance in Housing Act. Let's see. The Fair Chance in Housing Act prohibits providers from asking about rental applicants' criminal records on an initial application or otherwise consider an applicant's criminal record in any way until after they've made a conditional housing offer to the applicant to rent to them. So first you have to agree to rent to somebody and accept them as a renter, and then say, wait, it's going to be subject to a background check that I still have to do. You cannot tell them in advance that you're going to be doing a background check. You have to first agree to rent to them and then tell them that you still need to do a criminal background check. See, now it makes it harder to back out and say, well, now I'm not going to rent to you. You better have a good reason now, because now it makes it a lot harder to. So with the limited exceptions as required under federal law, the goal of the Federal Fair Chance in Housing Act is to ensure that formerly incarcerated and system-involved people, they're no longer ex-convicts, they're system-involved people, have fair access to housing around the state. The interesting thing is these laws apply to you and me, not to the government. They always carve out exceptions for themselves. Very interesting how politicians do that. So nothing about the FCHA would require a housing provider to do a criminal background check. However, yeah, I know that's the whole purpose of the FCHA, to try to prevent you from doing that. Because if you do it, now they want to put extreme limitations on who you can deny renting to. That's the whole purpose. So that's what they're talking about here. If you do a criminal history, it has to be after you made a conditional offer. And then there's specific restrictions that apply. So the housing provider must conduct an individualized analysis of the applicant's criminal record. Why couldn't we do that before, like we used to? And may only deny housing if withdrawing the conditional offer is necessary to fulfill a substantial, legitimate, and non-discriminatory interest. I would say the fact that you were in prison and it's my house, I should be able to decide if I want you to live with there or not. But nope, under New Jersey law, they don't want you to do that. So here are some specific requirements for the housing under the FCHA that housing providers must follow. You're prohibited from asking about the applicant's criminal record once again until after you've made a conditional offer for housing, except for convictions of drug-related criminal activities for the manufacture or production of methamphetamine on the premises, this is a mouthful, of a federally assisted housing. Okay. But what if you had a meth lab in my mom's house that she was renting to you? Nope, that's not an excuse. You cannot use that as a reason. You could only use it as a reason if they had a meth lab in a federally assisted housing project. You can't make this stuff up. Or if the applicant is subject to a lifetime registration on a state sex offender registry. Now, even after a conditional offer of housing provider may not consider arrests or charges that did not result in criminal convictions. Yet, if you're innocent until proven guilty, if you didn't do the crime and you're innocent, yeah, of course we can't use that against you. Or if your criminal convictions were expunged, erased through executive pardon, vacated, or otherwise legally nullified, or if they happened when you were a juvenile delinquent, because you can't look at somebody's sealed juvenile records. Okay, so check this out. These are the only instances after you made that conditional offer to rent and then did a background check. These are the only people that you could deny renting to. Are you paying attention to this? Check this out. Convictions for murder, aggravated sexual assault, kidnapping, arson, human trafficking, sexual assault, endangering the welfare of a child in violation in this specific code. And even at that, if those convictions for any crime requires lifetime on a sex offender registration, those as well. Okay. Now, any of these, if they were, or other crimes, any first-degree indictable offense or release from prison for that offense that occurred within the past 6 years. So if it's a first-degree crime and you were released from prison for that offense within the past 6 years, only then can you consider that. Or if it was a second or third degree version of the crime that was an indictable offense and you were released for prison for that offense within the past 4 years, or if it was a 4th degree indictable offense and you were released for prison for that offense within the last 1 year. There we go. Clear as mud. You guys would you be able to recognize what the difference between a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th degree crime is? Even you do a criminal background check, it doesn't tell you what degree the crime was that the person did. It just says that they served time in prison for whatever. Would you guys be able to recognize the difference? I mean, short of having a law degree, this makes it a lot more difficult to figure out if this is a person that you can deny even when you do a background check. Now don't worry. Don't worry. They make it a lot easier to figure out. Do they? It says for convictions that can be considered, a housing provider must conduct an individualized analysis. Now, this is how you do that analysis. You have to consider the nature and severity of the offense. You have to take into consideration the applicant's age at the time of the offense, how recently that offense occurred, any information the applicant provided in their favor since the offense. Yeah, I ain't do it. If the offense happened again in the future, whether that would impact the safety of other tenants on the property, and whether the offense happened on or was connected to that same very property that you're renting. So basically, they committed that offense in the past on your rental property, that they've been released from prison, they're coming back to you again to rent again. All right, so now, continuing on that, it says if the housing provider intends to consider the criminal history as provided under the FCHA after that conditional offer, they cannot accept an application fee before disclosing this fact to the applicant and offering the applicant an opportunity to provide evidence of inaccuracies in their criminal record, other evidence of rehabilitation or mitigating factors. And the requirement can be fulfilled using this model disclosure statement on the DCA's website. Okay, this is entertaining. Okay, so you really need to download this model disclosure statement to figure out if it's somebody that you could turn down. But check this out. If you were to go to this link, you know what it shows you? What we just went over on the previous slide. And short of having a law degree, it's difficult to figure out. And for this part down at the bottom, you have to give the person an opportunity for, and you have to, to question it, and you have to justify why you're pulling out. And if you click on this link, it shows that stuff that's down here at the bottom. That's insane. So basically, they want to make it extremely hard for you not to rent to people with past criminal convictions. So if you realize that, you need a law degree to figure out who you can deny renting to. So you know what you're going to do? Instead, you know what? I'm going to hire a company that specializes in this to do the tenant screening for me, to do check their employment records, to do the criminal background checks. That'll make my life easier as a landlord. So if you do that, it says if the housing provider utilizes any vendor or outside person or entity to conduct a criminal record check on their behalf, they shall take reasonable steps to ensure that the vendor or outside person or entities conducting the criminal record check consistent with the requirements of the FCHA. How do you do that? That's why you're hiring them. The housing provider will be liable. That's you, the landlord, will be liable under the FCHA for relying on a criminal history inquiry conducted by a vendor or outside person or entity if they if they're conducted in violation of the FCHA if it failed to take reasonable steps to ensure compliance. You don't know how to comply. That's why you're hiring them to begin with. Housing providers are prohibited from discriminating against those with criminal records in any advertising, notices, or publications. So, once again, in advance, you can't tell people you're doing a criminal background check. They also can't require applicants to submit to drug or alcohol testing or provide information from a treatment facility. Why would they even mention that? Because remember, under federal law, and in New Jersey law, people who are in recovery, who are in alcoholics and people in drug treatment programs are considered a protected class. So you cannot request any evidence from them that they're undergoing treatment. You have to just accept their word for it. Okay, so penalties. If you violate the Fair Chance in Housing Act, it's up to $1,000 fine, $5,000 fine, or $10,000 fine subsequently. All right. So that is the Attorney General's memorandum and the Fair Chance in Housing Act. There you go. In the past, you just needed to give it to tenants. Or now you need them to sign it. Landlords and the tenants. So actually the property owner. So you as the broker or salesperson, you print your name and sign, and then the property owner who you're getting the listing from prints their name and signs here. So you got to give them a copy and they need to sign off that they received the copy on this. That's part of your listing package. Apartment buildings with 25 units or more must report annually to the state the racial composition of their tenants. Do you guys know that? Apartment buildings that have 25 units or more, that the property manager or owners need to report to the state every year the racial composition of their tenants. Does anybody here rent? Does anybody here rent in a building with 25 or more units? And has your landlord ever asked you what race you are? I mean, can they just assume? How do they do this? Do they just assume your race? I mean, I've known plenty of people, they looked like they were white and they weren't. I even knew some people, they look like they may be Hispanic or even Black, and they actually were not. So I'm curious. What about those who have mixed races? How do you report that? Are you just assuming it, or are you giving them an application to fill out about their race? I thought that was illegal. That's interesting. So the purpose is to monitor if any possible discrimination is occurring if no minorities are living there. That's interesting. And oh, this is just that love letters to sellers, which we went over in a previous chapter. We don't need to go over that video again. Did we? Did anybody miss that video? Love letters. We got, you know what? We got a couple of new students, so maybe they were not here. I don't know. So let me play it. Not that long.
Hi, I'm Charlie Lee, Senior Counsel and Director of Legal Affairs at NAR. As buyers compete in a hot real estate market, they are searching for ways to stand out from the crowd. One method being used is to send a love letter to entice the seller into choosing their offer. While a love letter may seem innocent, they can raise fair housing concerns and risk exposing both the real estate broker and their clients to legal risks. The Fair Housing Act makes discrimination illegal in the sale or rental of housing and prohibits making housing otherwise unavailable because of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, disability, or familial status. Many states and local governments have their own fair housing laws, which can include additional protected categories. The use of a love letter often presents fair housing issues because they often contain personal information about the buyer, such as their race and culture or traditions, as a way of appealing to the seller's emotions. Some buyers even go as far as sending sophisticated packages that include photographs and videos. For example, a buyer might send a letter with a photo of their family around a Christmas tree. As a result, the buyer has revealed their religion, which is a prohibited basis for a seller to base their decision to reject an offer. While it may not be the buyer's intent for the seller to use this information to discriminate, that is essentially the position that a love letter can place the seller. When considering that the information cannot be easily forgotten or unseen, a love letter may ironically cause the seller to be fearful of selecting the buyer's offer because of potential discrimination issues. Therefore, real estate professionals should advise their clients about the risk of love letters and, at a minimum, stress the importance of avoiding including any information in the letter that could be used to legally discriminate. But of course, even a photograph of the buyers could lead a seller to give preference to a buyer or reject them based on race or other background. Fair housing is a high priority throughout the country, and states are closely monitoring the practice of love letters. In fact, just recently, Oregon enacted a law to take effect on January 1, 2022 that bans the use of buyer love letters. Here are some best practices to consider when it comes to love letters. At the outset of the relationship, speak to your client about the risks of buyer love letters and the potential fair housing issues they raise. Remind your seller client that an offer should be assessed based only on objective criteria such as price and timing. If your seller client insists they want to receive buyer love letters, advise them to consult legal counsel and to document their decision-making process in selecting an offer. Avoid helping buyer clients to draft or deliver love letters. Be sure to warn them against revealing any personal information that could raise fair housing issues. Counsel them to focus on the characteristics of the home or other objective information. Lastly, help your buyer clients find other ways to differentiate themselves to win the property. Beyond offering more money, the buyer may consider offering more flexibility with the closing date, additional earnest money, or waiving other contingencies that may appeal to the seller. Thank you for watching this episode of Window to the Law.
All right, great. Okay, so Mount Laurel court decisions we're going to go over right after lunch. Yes, we went over about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Let me throw out there the before lunch attendance poll. And let's just say lunch until 1:25. Lunch until 1:25. Okay. One more person to answer that poll. Thank you. All right. Have a great lunch, everybody. See you in an hour. 1:25. Okay, gang. Well, it's 101 degrees out. Everybody back?
Yes.
It started. Mount Laurel. There we go, I guess. So zoning discrimination, Mount Laurel 1 and 2. Mount Laurel is a town in New Jersey. It has a lot of history. That was one of the end routes of the Underground Railroad. When our country was forming, we had the South that still had slavery, and New Jersey was one of the first places to abolish that, even before the rest of the country did. So we were one of the end routes to the Underground Railroad. And a little history lesson there, I guess. New Jersey got a lot of history. We were one of the 13 original colonies. We were actually the third state admitted to the Union. And we got a lot of stuff that happened here, a lot of significance. So Mount Laurel, New Jersey was one of those end routes, and a lot of those families settled there. Some of them moved on elsewhere, parts of the country, parts unknown. But when families settled there back then, they didn't have zoning laws or anything like that. They just, you got a property, you built a house on it, and you lived in it. So they built a lot of small houses close to each other. Now, over the years and, generations and generations later, the city wanted to start now improving their infrastructure. Better schools, build up the roads, the basic infrastructure, police, fire, all that stuff. Now, what's a good way? How do municipalities pay for that stuff?
Taxes.
Property taxes, to be more specific, yes. So a municipality can't just raise the taxes to infinity on a property. Your property taxes are based on, or in part are based on, your property's value. Now, if you got a bunch of small houses, there's a limit of how much you could raise your taxes on them. So they came up with an idea in Mount Laurel that we're going to put a different zoning requirement. If anybody else is going to be building any houses, they changed the zoning requirement in the town that you had to have a larger piece of property to build a house on it. Okay. Now, that sounds like a good idea. Now people build bigger houses. Bigger houses cost more. You could collect more in taxes. You could get more money to improve the infrastructure of the town, the schools, etc. But Mount Laurel went about it the wrong way. They made a larger property requirement, but they went way too big with the how large of a property. Instead of it being a tiny property, now they went to requiring too large of a property, and in order to build a house on it. And then came about this lawsuit in 1971 called the Mount Laurel 1 court decision, which was filed by the NAACP against the town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey, for illegal discrimination against low-income and moderate-income persons through the use of exclusionary zoning. How's that discrimination? Well, the argument was this. They said that the town required too large of a purchase, too large of a property. Property is already expensive in New Jersey, so you're effectively pricing poor people out of the town who can't afford to buy a large piece of land to build on. Okay, so let's just say Mount Laurel did not have, they weren't being discriminatory on purpose. They had an idea, they just put it into effect the wrong way. Okay, so they were sued by the NAACP, saying that by requiring such a large lot size all over town, you're effectively pricing poor people out of the town. That practice came to be known as, it was dubbed as the exclusionary zoning, because you're excluding poor people. Okay, so they had a good idea, implemented poorly. The court decision pointed that out. And then they said, the court stated that all developing communities had to zone for their fair share of the regional need for low-income and moderate-income families at all. So they needed a variety of zoning for a little bit smaller lots as well that others could afford. And so in 1975, the court ruled the poor may not be excluded from residential areas. Not that that's what they were trying to do, but it was just an additional thing that if you're going to say you're going to have smaller lot sizes, that you can't put those smaller lot size requirements in commercial and industrial areas, you know. Mount Laurel, one court decision, good court decision, because Mount Laurel went about the wrong way trying to implement improvements for their infrastructure. They should have required a smaller lot size. I mean, bigger than what was currently there, but within reason. They went way overboard. I'm going to make up a number because I'm not sure how big it was. Let's just say they required any new home to have an acre of land. Okay, acre of land, that's a very expensive, large lot, very large. Okay, so they should have been more like 100, 50 by 100 or 100 by 100 as the minimum lot size. It would have been more reasonable. So Mount Laurel, one court decision said they have to provide a range of housing. They're not providing the housing, they're just providing the zoning for the minimum lot size to build a house on. Okay, now, Mount Laurel, one court decision, good court decision. Okay, now later on in 1983, Mount Laurel 2 is a second lawsuit filed by the NAACP against the town of Mount Laurel, resulting in the courts providing specific guidelines for all developing communities. Let's stop right there. The courts did not provide specific guidelines for developing communities. The courts required that communities create their own guidelines on how they were going to reach the goals for providing housing for low income as well as affordable housing, low income and affordable housing to these developing communities that are building houses there. Now, let me ask you a question. If a court required you to create a bunch of laws that you would need to follow, and if you didn't follow them, you would be penalized heavily, will you create a lot of rules? No, of course not. Why would you? I mean, they said, hey, you need to come up with a plan. And if you violate any of these rules that you create, then you're going to be punished for it. So more than half of the municipalities in New Jersey never created them because there was no penalty if you didn't. Right? Here's what the penalty was. If you didn't create any rules, somebody who knows the law, and you tell them, hey, you can't build that there because the zoning law does not allow it, they could say, nah, you know what? I'm going to sue you and take you to court and require, because you didn't put those rules in place that Mount Laurel requires that you put in place, I could possibly be granted permission to ignore your zoning laws and build whatever the hell I want. That's the only possible outcome that would be negative for the town. So let me continue reading this. So at that Mount Laurel 2 court decision, they created those guidelines, they created the rule that municipalities had to create these guidelines for themselves as developing communities that said that all municipalities have an obligation to provide a range of housing. Now, your municipality doesn't build housing, but they incentivize builders to build by maybe giving them tax breaks and such. So this was accomplished by allowing for higher density developments. What does that mean? To build more homes closer together than normally allowed. A 20% set aside. What is that? That means for every 100 homes that are built, 20% need to be for low income and affordable housing. And zoning for but it doesn't say where they need to be built either. So zoning for mobile homes, and a requirement that communities must cooperate with efforts to obtain subsidies. That's money from the state and federal government. And a panel of 3 judges appointed by the Chief Justice was set up to handle listening to cases for people who experience hardships because of these rules. So if you feel like you wanted to build something, but the town says you can't build that there, it's not zoned for that kind of property, then you could sue the town of Mount Laurel taking them before these panel of 3 judges appointed by the Chief Justice in what's called builder's remedy. That's a lawsuit to sue the municipality to try to get permission to ignore their zoning laws and build whatever you want. And it's been like that ever since. Now, recently they changed the laws because they readdressed this. But back when Governor Christie was governor, remember during his 2nd term, he tried running for president. And during that period, he actually brought this up as a problem because he was still governor of New Jersey. He brought this up to the politicians because the governor doesn't create the laws. We have a governing body of politicians that do. And then after they ratify them, vote on them, it goes to the governor's desk to sign off and pass those laws. Just like it does in Congress, laws go through the Senate and the Congress, and then it goes to the president, right? To sign off on. So he went to the politicians in New Jersey, said, hey guys, these Mount Laurel court decisions, they're broken. They're full of loopholes. And they're not accomplishing what they were meant to. We're not getting all that affordable and low-income housing getting built. I would suggest, since these laws are full of loopholes, that you guys just start over from scratch. Do away with the Mount Laurel court decisions. Do away with that. And start by creating a new law, write a new law from scratch without all the loopholes that would address how we would accomplish building these low income and affordable housing. I don't know if you guys recall back then when he announced he's running for president and then he made this announcement or he approached the politicians in New Jersey. What happened? All you heard for like the next week or 2 weeks in the national media, not just New Jersey media, but national media, was how Governor Christie, who's running for president, proposed all kinds of to do away with longstanding, who proposed racist legislation to do away with longstanding protections for Black people and minorities. I'm sorry, for minorities and poor people. And that's not really what happened though. But you see how the media twists things a bit. That's because these are Republican. This is mostly a Democrat state. A lot of the media is too. So they twisted things, just try to make him look bad because they don't want him to get anywhere. And he gave them an opportunity to go after him because technically the way that they wrote it, he did propose they do away with the Mount Laurel court decisions, which are protections for poor people and minorities. However, he pointed out how it's broken and they're full of loopholes and they're not accomplishing why they were created. So he said, sit down, write a new law without all the loopholes, and I will sign it, and we could pass that, and we could fix this problem with our housing. But instead, other politicians on the other side of the aisle and the media that support them decided that they were going to attack him, use that as a reason to attack him, to do away with longstanding protections for poor people and minorities. You know, when that's not what he was really doing. So after 2 weeks of being hammered in the media, he gave up. He said, I give up. I see this is not going anywhere, whatever. We'll have this problem for a long time in the future then. Well, just recently, maybe about a year or two ago, it actually came up again. There was people that were starting to sue now because this is an issue. You can't get this, and it was full of loopholes. That a lot of politicians were using this and their buddies were using this as a way to build whatever they want, but it doesn't help the poor people and minorities at all. Are you guys, let me give you an example. You guys familiar with Cranford at all? You guys know where the train station is in Cranford? Across the street from the train station in Cranford, those were all single-family homes, maybe one or two-family homes, but most of them were single-family homes there. A builder went up and bought up all those blocks of homes across the street from the train station. And then he went to the town to get permit to tear them all down and put up storefronts with apartments, some of which are sold as condos and some are rented out. None of them are affordable housing or cheap. Okay, if you're familiar with the area, you know this. So with storefronts with these expensive condos above them. And the town said, no, you can't build that there. That's all zoned for like 1 and 2 family houses. You can't build that there. So the builder, they followed this Mount Laurel 2 court decision and they sued the town of Cranford. And they said Cranford did not create all the rules, these specific guidelines that they were required to do. So we want to sue the municipality so that we can ignore their zoning requirements to build what we want to. Now, the intent of these lawsuits, it's supposed to be so that you could build affordable housing and low-income housing. However, it doesn't specifically say that. It just says that you could ignore the town's zoning requirements. And so that's what they did. They sued the town of Cranford, what's called builder's remedy lawsuits. This panel of 3 judges approved the developer to ignore the municipality's zoning law so they could build more units closer together, these expensive town condos above the storefronts. And that's all you got built. They didn't build any affordable housing. None of those are affordable housing. They're just expensive units above storefronts. If you guys drove through there, you could see that that's all there is there now. That's how they were able to build it. They sued the city under builder's remedy, got the permission to do it under the guise or the intent of these lawsuits was supposed to be for building low-income housing and affordable housing. So it was a big loophole really for developers to get around zoning laws. That's why it was broken. That's what Governor Christie was complaining about. So that's how they built all of that down there. But since they built all that, other people sued and they managed to get the laws changed in New Jersey a little bit. Now municipalities have to approach this a little bit differently. So there is a lot more housing that's getting built right now, even though some can question if it's affordable or low income. But there's a lot more housing that's being built now. So they did address and modify these Mount Laurel court decisions a bit, but they're still not accomplishing the goal. Because if you see in every town right now, they're building, these new housing everywhere, these high rises, and what they call affordable housing, studios and 1-bedroom apartments starting at $2,000 a month. Okay, sure. But a lot of them are more than that. But anyway, that's what Mount Laurel court decisions are. This is what you need to know for exams. I taught you I explained to you what really happened in real life in the 1970s, what Mount Laurel did, and that's why they were sued, because they had a good idea, but they poorly implemented it. So you had this first Mount Laurel court decision that overturned that required them to allow smaller lot sizes as well. And the Mount Laurel 2 court decision was just a whole big mess. It was full of loopholes. And I just gave you the example how in Brantford, the developer took it to their advantage, and they ended up not building any more low-income housing or affordable housing. They just used it as the excuse to ignore zoning laws and build whatever the hell they wanted. So this is what you need to know for exams. Exclusionary zoning is a discriminatory zoning practice outlawed by the Mount Laurel court decisions, which discriminated against low-income persons, the poor. Now, at the back of this book, at the end of the chapter, they're not even going to mention low income in questions. They're going to say from low and moderate income families. Okay. So what is exclusionary zoning? Or what do you call a discriminatory zoning practice which discriminated against the poor? Exclusionary zoning. That's about the extent of what you need to know for exams. I know I went beyond that, telling you the story about what happened in the 70s, how these lawsuits came about, why they came about, because the book doesn't really give you a good, clear picture as to everything. It just makes it sound like Mount Laurel was this evil, racist town, when actually it's full of minorities. But they painted that picture that makes it sound that way, but it's not. But when they put that larger zoning requirement in there, people were buying these larger properties and building mansions, driving up the cost of the real estate even further. So even for small lots, it became more expensive to get in. So they sued and they did the Mount Laurel 2 court decision, which still helped a little bit, but not that much. Okay, so exclusionary zoning, you need to know what it is. What law made exclusionary zoning illegal? Well, it's actually not a law, it's a court case. The Mount Laurel court decisions. So here, this is a little, I guess, further explanation. Exclusionary zoning is a discriminatory zoning practice outlawed by the Mount Laurel court decisions, which discriminated against low-income persons, the poor. It said low-income individuals may not be excluded from residential areas, and municipalities have an obligation to provide a range of housing. And then here is my explanation, a little bit shorter, that I just gave you guys about what builder's remedy is. You don't need to know builder's remedy for exams. That's just something that I taught you. So if you do, even though the laws were changed a little bit here in New Jersey, a little bit pertaining to this, if you guys ever come across a problem where you got a client that wants to build something or modify a house and they say they can't do it because the zoning laws in the town don't allow that to be built there or that modification to happen, you can look up and try to find out if that municipality created all the regulations that the Mount Laurel court decisions required them to do. And if they did not, you could sue the municipality for builder's remedy that would allow them to ignore the zoning laws and build whatever they want. That loophole is still there in existence, even though they modified the laws a bit to allow, make it easier for more affordable housing to be built. Okay, so anybody want to snap a picture of this before I change it? Okay, standards of conduct for realtors. We take an affirmative pledge to offer equal services to all persons, and HUD and NAR together formed partnerships. We do education classes sometimes, or community outreach programs focusing on achieving fair housing through local community initiatives. We already learned about the HUD poster and New Jersey's equal opportunity poster. We have to prominently also display these signs stating discriminations against our company policy and state and federal laws. We have to make proper responses to clients when they make inquiries that could be deemed discriminatory. Who lives in that area? You know, reverse discrimination is a thing that's coming up in the coming slides. And we'll learn about what reverse discrimination is. It's still discrimination. It's just discrimination being used as a tool to correct past wrongs. Well, two wrongs don't make a right, okay? Discriminating against white people does not correct past discriminations against black people, all right? Two wrongs don't make a right, even though some people think that way. It still has the word discrimination in it. And there's lawsuits all the time overturning reverse discrimination. And then we have advertising, what you can and cannot say in your ads. We're gonna go over that as well, and then we'll be done with this chapter. So here we go. This is not the first time I told you this, but this is, now we're here on page 86 where you could finally highlight it, where I told you the complainant does not have to prove guilty knowledge or you had a specific intent to discriminate. They only have to show that a discriminatory act had occurred in order for you to be found guilty of discrimination. All right, let me try to paraphrase the rest of this stuff in here. They talk about sometimes politicians try to enact well-meaning legislation. But that well-meaning legislation goes contradictory to all the laws I taught you so far. Like I explained to you guys already, remember during Obama's first presidency, how I told you he used like millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars to create these maps to try to zoom out on them and see if it was purple, then anybody can sell, anybody can buy there. But if it was a over concentration of one color, then he wanted to implement some kind of a thing where those people could not purchase in there anymore. But then again, that's in violation of all the anti-discriminatory laws that we already have. So it was well-meaning. Let's just go with that. I don't think that he intended to get us to discriminate and tell people where they can and can't live. So I'm not going to put that on him, that he did it just to be a bad guy. But he went about really doing it the wrong way. And thank goodness it was not implemented, because people should have the right to be able to determine where it is that they want to live. But nonetheless, we wasted millions of dollars on that. So if that ever happens again in the future by a president or by a local, maybe a governor or a local legislator, what do we do as real estate agents? We try to avoid all of that political nonsense, keep our heads down so we don't get shot, and try to just help people and be neutral and, don't discriminate against everybody, treat everybody fairly and the same. That's all you could do. Try to avoid any politicians that are either arguing about race or religion or whatever, and try, ignore all that, get above it, or try not to get shot by their political gunfire against each other, and just help people and be a good person, and hopefully you'll get past it without getting in trouble, because they're trying to pass well-meaning legislation. All right. So here is, what do you do if somebody tells you that they're looking for a home based on discriminatory preferences? Here's how they suggest that you respond. If a prospect expresses a locational preference for housing based on race, the association's guidelines suggest the following response. Although I think this sounds a little robotic, you need a better way to make it flow, your conversation flow with people when talking as humans to one another. But here, this is their response. To me, it sounds a little robotic. I cannot give you that kind of advice. I will show you several homes that meet your specifications, and you will have to decide which ones you want. Okay? Yeah. I mean, that's the message you're trying to get across to them. But you should do it in a conversational, matter-of-fact type of way. Don't focus so much on race. Don't get nervous about talking to people about, but it's not just race, any of the protected classes. Could be about religion, could be about disability, could be familial status, whatever the protected class is, okay? Just have the conversation. I can't talk to you about people that live in an area. I can lose my license, I can get fined, juice ain't worth the squeeze for me. I'll show you any home that you want. You're going to be the one that has to decide if it's an area you want to live in. You can walk the neighborhood, talk to the neighbors, and decide if it's a place you want to be. but I can't help you search for homes based on discriminatory criteria or even enter that conversation with you. And you got to have, the wherewithal to talk and be straightforward with people like that. Okay. If you are, they're not going to bring it up again. Okay. And if they straight up are like being racist or something like that, and you already confronted them like that, they may go work with somebody else. So what? I don't want to work with you anyway, if that's how you're going to be, right? So that's the attitude you got to have. But I'm being polite. I'm just being straightforward and direct and telling you, I can't talk about these things. I can't search for homes based on these things. It's hard enough for me to find you this much house in this price range. Right? That's what most people want. I want a house that has all these features, but I can only afford this. Hard enough to do that. Let alone now you want me to look around and do analysis of who lives in an area? Sorry. Okay. So reverse discrimination, page 86. This is the last paragraph before where it says advertising. Reverse discrimination regulations are intended to preserve racial balance in given areas, okay? So what is reverse discrimination? It's basically trying to correct past wrongs against people of color that may have been discriminated against by discriminating against white people today. That's it. So it's reverse discrimination. It's still discrimination. And we could just go back up to the top of the page and refer you back to the very first sentence up here that'll prove that. The complainant does not have to prove guilty knowledge or specific intent. Your intent to correct past wrongs does not make it right to do it again. Okay? So here are the rules on advertising now. When it comes to, here we have a category, what the rule is, what you're allowed to say in your advertisements. Okay, keep in mind, this is not for conversations that you have with people. This is what you put in advertisements. What you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say. Okay? So, when it comes to the category of race, color, or national origin, the basic rule is the same all the way down for all these categories, but it's no discriminatory preference or limitation can be expressed. You're allowed to say things in your ads like master bedroom and good neighborhood. Okay, they're not racist terms. And how racist? You got to be like somebody who has race on your mind 24/7. You're triggered by everything, and everything is always racist. To consider the term master bedroom racist. I mean, that's only like people that are thinking like back in slavery days, it was the master who lived in the house and it was the master's bedroom that had the big bedroom, okay? I mean, how racist do you got to be thinking like that even today, in today's age? Does anybody know what a master bedroom actually is? Because I find that a lot of people, they think they know because they watch a lot of HGTV, but it's actually kind of incorrect. But give me your definition. If it's wrong, I'll explain to you what it is so that we all understand, because it's important to know. Anybody know what a master bedroom is?
The biggest bedroom in the house?
That's what a lot of people think, and you're partially right. Not every house has a master bedroom. Now you may be scratching your head.
Does it have a bathroom?
There you go.
Attached bathroom?
Yes. Yes. So it's usually the biggest bedroom in the house, but it also has a bathroom attached to it. If it doesn't have a bathroom attached to it, you don't have a master bedroom. Okay? It's as simple as that. That's what a master bedroom is. But, you know, when we watch all these HGTV programs, fix this, flip that, oh, this must be the master when they're showing houses. Oh, this must be the master bedroom because it's the largest one. And they're like, yeah, no, it's not. Where's the bathroom? If it's not attached, it's not a master. Okay, but we're not going to be showing houses to people and then correcting them when they make incorrect statements. I mean, you could educate them, and say, hey, actually a master bedroom is one that has a bathroom attached to it. Not every house has a master bedroom. But yes, this is the largest bedroom in the house. You could say it that way, Good neighborhood. How would that be a racist term? What you're not allowed to say is things like white neighborhood or no French, right? First of all, keep all your ads positive. It doesn't matter if the ad is a print ad that you're putting in a real estate magazine or a newspaper, or if it's something you're putting online, on the radio or television. Try to keep all your ads positive. When it comes to religion, once again, no discriminatory preference or limitation based can be expressed. You're allowed to say in your advertisements, chapel on premises, kosher meals available, or Merry Christmas. Why would you be able to say that? Well, maybe you're selling a condo, and inside the condo building or on the complex, it does have a chapel on the premises. You're just describing a feature that's there. You can't say this because you're describing what's in the neighborhood, not too far from the house, okay? That's taking it a bit too far. You're only describing what's on the property itself. Kosher meals available. Well, if it's maybe they have a kitchen in the building and they serve kosher meals, that's okay to say. Now, if it's, there's stores in the neighborhood that sell kosher stuff, no. Because that could be used as a dog whistle. Oh, that kosher, that's Jewish. That means there's a lot of Jewish people in the area. So you got to be careful about that. You're allowed to say in your advertisements, Merry Christmas. How about Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, or Festivus for the non-believers, You're allowed to say those things in advertisements because it's just simply a greeting. Come on. When did we all become so hypersensitive that everything triggers us? I guess because we haven't experienced a lot of hardships in our lives up until this point in time. So, you got to find something to trigger you to keep you active, to keep you mad. But I mean, I grew up in a time where you could say Merry Christmas to a Jew and they'd say Happy Hanukkah back to you, and nobody's offended, right? I don't know why everybody's so offended by everything. Come on, let stuff go over your shoulder. You'll live lighter. You'll feel lighter. You'll be happier. You won't be so stressed. Okay, don't be angry all the time. What's not permitted? You're not allowed, once again, keep things positive. The word no is not positive. Okay, no Muslims, nice Christian family, walking distance to synagogues. Okay, this may be important for Jewish people, or if walking distance to a mosque, that may be important to Muslims, because just like Jews, Muslims need to be within walking distance to their house of worship because they may not be using, they may not be able to drive during holy times, so it's important for them to be within walking distance, for the devoutly religious people. But you can't put that in an ad, because walking distance to synagogue or walking distance to mosque, that tells me they're either Jews or Muslims. So what are you saying? Is that a dog whistle? Hey, watch out, there's a lot of Jews or Muslims in the area. Or is it a call like, hey, we only want Jews or Muslims in the area? Either way, people can take it. They get hypersensitive. How about a more secular term? Say within walking distance to houses of worship. That's not targeting a specific group. Okay, so you are allowed to say that. For walking distance to a synagogue or a mosque, you don't use those. When it comes to sex, no discriminatory preference or limitation can be expressed once again. You're allowed to say in-law suites, mother-daughter, or female roommate sought. Wait a minute. Female roommate sought, isn't that discriminating against males? No, because we're talking about somebody living in the same apartment as you. right? So you could choose who you want to live with in your unit, and it's not discrimination, you know. You could have some young lady who's renting an apartment. She can't afford it on her own. She wants to get a roommate, but she'd feel more comfortable with another woman instead of a man. Yeah, I know. Now we get these arguments about gender. What is a woman that people can't define? You know, well, a woman is whatever they want it to be. Yeah. Okay, well, would you want somebody who is not a biological woman living with you? You may be fine with that. You may not be. You may be uncomfortable with that. Especially if they're a stranger that you put an advertisement for them to come move in and live with you. Okay. You never know what you're getting. This is not considered discrimination, putting female roommates on. How is in-law suite or mother-daughter? Anybody know what those are? What is an in-law suite? These are both the same exact thing. An in-law suite and a mother-daughter, it's the same thing. It's describing a feature on the house. And
It's like two houses combined, right? Like upstairs, downstairs, or
yeah, let me give you an accurate description. It is a one-family house. It is zoned as a one-family house, but it's set up kind of like a two-family house. You know, it has a separate apartment with its own entrance, may have its own kitchen and bathroom and bedroom, you know, so it's a separate apartment. However, it is zoned as a one-family house. You cannot rent that out separately. It's a one-family house, but it has a setup for an apartment, so it's like a two-family. Now, they call it an in-law suite or a mother-daughter because often this is used by maybe you're getting married and you and your husband want to buy your first house, right? Or you know, you and your husband, you and your wife, whatever the situation is. You want to buy your first house together, okay? But you know, you have an aging parent, you care for them, you want them close by, but not all up in your business. You know what I'm saying? So you could buy a single family house that has a separate apartment that they live in. They have their autonomy that they could come and go as they please, but they're close enough that you could keep an eye on them. And yet they're not all in your business either. That is the perfect setup for a house like that, for those people. Okay. And actually, it is quite in demand, but you don't see that many of them out there. But when you do, you should highlight that as a feature. Most MLSs have a checkbox. You can add that to the database that it's either an in-law suite or they have it listed as a mother-daughter. That's what they're talking about. Most often, I find real estate agents, I don't know if they don't know what a mother-daughter or in-law suite is or what, because I find a lot of times when I do come across houses that have this, they never check the box or set that up as a feature in the MLS that you could search by. So when you're searching, you may not come up with any of them, but yet there's still houses out there that have those features, which blows my mind. Maybe it's just the real estate agents, they're not familiar with these terms. I don't know. But I highly suggest if you have a listing like that, you highlight that. You could get more money for a house like that's set up like that. And it could definitely sell quicker because I tell you it's in demand. I've had quite a few clients before. My last clients were friends of mine. They were searching for homes. They got married and they were looking for a house. And the husband's father, they wanted to have him close by because he was starting to slip it and starting to get memory loss and go into like dementia mode. So they wanted him still to be able to come and go as he pleased, but be close enough that they could keep an eye on it. And they said, hey, if you can't find that, then try to find us a house where there's a bedroom for him on the other side of the house. So we like to get our freak on and we don't want him all in our business and we make noise and we don't want him all, we don't want bedrooms like right across or next to each other. I was like, I got you. I hear where you're coming from, So I was having a hard time finding in-law suites. None of them were listed in the MLS. I searched it by name and I searched it by field. Nope, nobody put it in there. But yet I came across a couple of them. Go figure. What's not allowed is saying things like great house for a man. Why not for a woman? A wife's dream kitchen. Okay, well, first of all, only women cook. Do you need to be married? How about just dream kitchen? Man cave or she shed. Okay, these are some more of those sayings that come from like HGTV world, you know. You guys know what a she shed is? I mean, a man cave is like usually when you set up the basement, you know, you put a pool table, maybe a bar down there, or set it up like a movie theater with some nice reclinable couches. So, you know, you could have your guy friends come over and watch the game or something. You know, it's like the boys' playroom, you know, for the men. That's what we call a man cave. Well, instead of calling it a man cave in your advertisements, you could have a conversation when you're showing people a house. You could be like, wow, this would make a great man cave down here. You know, that's fine having light conversation, but don't put it in an advertisement, because those people who like to get triggered by everything, they're going to have a freak out on you and may even sue you because of your discriminatory advertisement targeting men because you're so evil, you know. Trust me, there's people out there that are that strange. If you haven't guessed or seen it in the news or media, how some of these people act. There is recently in New Jersey, just a couple of years ago, there was a proposal to change the names of towns, to change the names of municipalities in New Jersey that have the word man in it, like Mantolokin, you know, or other names that have the word man in it. You know, it's the craziest thing. People got nothing better to do with their time. Okay, what about she shed? What is a she shed? Well, that's another HGTV type concept. And I could bring you this commercial here. Have you ever seen this commercial? It's probably I think this one's a State Farm commercial.
Well, it finally happened, Zachary. Somebody burned down my she shed. Nobody burned down your she shed, Cheryl. Well, my she shed's on fire. Your she shed was struck by lightning. Zachary, is my she shed covered by State Farm?
Your she shed's covered, Cheryl.
You hear that, Victor? I'm getting a new she shed.
Oh.
She shear?
Her she shed was all tricked out with chandeliers. She got some fancy decorations in there. She got her couches. Look at that, the chandelier falling from the ceiling. She got her decorations on the wall. That's her escape. That you customize a shed and set it up for your own private escape for the woman, you know. It's kind of like a man cave, but for the woman. They call it a she shed, okay? You could have, some of them could be more advanced. They have plumbing set up in there, their own bathrooms and sinks and stuff like that as well. But that's basically a she shed.
She shear? Mm-hmm. That's wonderful news.
That's funny. Anyway, there you go. Here to help she sheds go right. You know, they put it on their ads. How come we can't put it in ours? Well, because somebody's probably going to sue you, and you don't have as deep a pockets as State Farm.
Well, it finally happened, Zach.
But disability, no discrimination, discriminatory preference or limitation can be expressed. You're allowed to say, believe it or not, things like wheelchair ramp, walk to shops, walk-in closet, jogging path, or within walking distance to something, and not be discriminating against people who don't walk. Okay? So don't be so hypersensitive about everything. Even though there are all people that try to make some of these terms, they try to outlaw them because somebody could be offended if they're hypersensitive by everything. You know, so keep it positive. Don't put things in ads like no wheelchairs or able-bodied tenants only. Even if it is not handicap accessible. Even saying that, not handicap accessible, that's negative. Keep positive. Don't write that in an ad. There's no reason to. If somebody's handicapped, they'll ask you. Look, I remember I had a listing in Edison at the Waterford, and that's a 3-story condos there. and this was the 3rd-story unit, and you have to walk up these stairs. It was a winding staircase to get up to the top level. There's no elevator there in the building. There's no possible way to put up a wheelchair ramp. And I actually got a guy, so I called it, I put it in my advertisement as a 3rd-story walk-up. And I had a guy that actually called me, and he was bound to a wheelchair, although he said I could stand and, I could shake and do it, but I could get up a stair or two. He said, but I'm really mostly wheelchair bound. He's like, is there a way that a ramp could be put in, or is there an elevator in the building? And I said, unfortunately, there's not. But because you mentioned that, you want me to help you look for perhaps, so this unit wouldn't be right for you, but maybe I could help you find a 1st-floor unit in this building, or maybe somewhere else in the area. Would you like me to help you, assist you in finding a home that's handicap accessible or on the 1st floor somewhere else? And he said, yeah. And so I got the guy as a client. If you put negative things in the ads, like it's not handicap accessible or something like that, the guy would have never even called. But I put 3rd-story walk-up. He called to see if there was a way to put up ramps or if there was a elevator in the building. I said no. But if that's important to you because you're handicapped, I could try to find a place that's on the 1st-story level, or a place that has an elevator, And so then I got the guy as a client. So, don't turn away business by putting negative stuff. For me, I think even when you put sold sign riders on a real estate sign to advertise how quickly you sold the property, that doesn't really help. If anything, it turns people away because they won't call anymore with that sign on the property. Whereas people could still call up and you can say, no, sorry, it's under contract or it's already sold. You keep the sign on the property and don't put a sign rider on there that it's under contract and then it's sold, because that's negative. It chases people away, where people could still be calling you up and then you could be like, yes, unfortunately, that property is under contract or it's been sold, but I could help you find something else. Are you already working with a realtor? Perhaps I could help you find a place if you're open to it, and then you go on from there, try to turn them into a client. All right, familial status, no preference or limitation on family size. You're allowed to say things in your ads like 2-bedroom, family room, or quiet neighborhood, and it's not termed discriminatory. Don't use phrases like married couples only, no more than 2 children, even if there is a municipal ordinance. Like that guy in Roselle Park I told you, he said, I'm not going to rent to them and get in trouble because there's husband and wife and 2 kids already, and she's got 1 on the way. Roselle Park actually had, I don't know if they still do, but they had a municipal ordinance that you're not allowed to have more than 2 occupants per bedroom. So that's why he didn't want to get in trouble, and that's why he was saying that. I forgot to say that earlier today during that story that I told you. But he said he didn't want to get in trouble for renting to them. Well, you don't say no more than 2 children, okay? Or retirees' dream home, or no young children, even if it is a seniors community or 55 plus. These things are negative. Keep the negative things out of your ads. Keep your ads light, airy, and positive. Okay? These things can be deemed discriminatory as well, so another reason why to stay away from them. All right? Any questions? Are we good with what you can and can't say in ads? Okay. So testers, which we spoke about a little bit earlier too, I kind of jumped the gun on that. Testing or testers, these are undercover mystery shoppers that are trained by HUD on how to test real estate agents, people in the real estate business, to see that they're treating everybody equally and fairly, and they're not engaging or getting themselves involved in any discriminatory rhetoric or practices. They test you to see if you're treating everybody equally. So They are not employed by HUD because that would be entrapment. They're volunteers that are trained by HUD how to catch people so that they can later put charges against them, how to document it, how to charge them. So they could be the same sex as you, the same gender, race, sexual orientation, nationality, religion, or the opposite. They check to see that you're treating everybody the same and you're not engaging in discriminatory practices. That's it. That's what we call testers. So let's highlight that on page 88. Testers or checkers are undercover volunteers who want to see whether all customers and clients are being treated the same, basically. Okay. And that concludes this chapter. Yay! We got through chapter 4. Let's do the key terms to review now. Let me close out that slideshow. Key terms to review. There's only one for this chapter. Before we begin, let's go to letter D on page 89. Letter D. And where it says section of Federal Civil Rights Act, write 1968 under where it says civil rights, under or above, probably under. I got more room there. Then go to letter G, as in Gary, and where it says moderate income, write the word low above it, because it really targets low income, not moderate income. So this way it'll at least say low and moderate income, okay? And then, yeah.
I'm sorry, what are we writing for letter D? One more time?
Under where it says civil rights, write 1968. The numbers, 1968, because it's the Civil Rights Act of 1968, not the 1866. Okay, and then next to letter G, where it says moderate income, just above it, write low. And next to letter I, cross out that first word that says benign. Benign discrimination. Benign means there's nothing wrong with it. So just imagine that. Benign discrimination. There's nothing wrong with discrimination. Okay, so cross out the word benign. Benign means it's harmless. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay, all discrimination is harmful. So now let's do the key terms. Refusal to lend in certain areas, usually inner city.
Redlining.
Redlining, 9 is A, very good. Inducing panic selling based on prejudice.
Steering.
Inducing panic selling based on prejudice. Selling. Which one is the discrimination against the homeowner? You tell them a scary story trying to get them to sell?
Blockbusting?
Blockbusting. Very good. 2 is B. Federal law protected classes are race and color with no exception.
Civil Rights Act of 1866.
3 is C, correct, 1866, the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Section of the Federal Civil Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act of
Title 8.
that covers housing. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Title 8.
Yes, Title 8, 13 is D, as in David. That's Title 8. Channeling home seekers to or away from certain areas.
Steering?
Steering, yeah, you're the one behind the wheel of the car. I think you'd like it better over here or over there. You're the one that's steering them in one area or another. 11 is E as in Edward. A statement about discrimination everyone listing property must receive.
Attorney General's memorandum.
Yep, 1 is F. Court cases covering low and moderate income housing.
Mount Laurel 1 and 2.
Reverse
Yes.
reverse discrimination.
Oh, no. 7 is G. That's the Mount Laurel. It's asking for the court cases covering low and moderate income housing. That is the Mount Laurel 1 and 2 court decisions. So 7 is G. Specific group that may not be discriminated against. What do you call those groups? What do you call those people?
Protested class.
They're a protected class. 8 is H. Discrimination intended to correct past wrongs.
Reverse discrimination.
Reverse discrimination, 10 is I. Federal agency enforcing civil rights compliance.
Department of HUD.
Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Correct. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD for short. 4 is J. Undercover checker who monitors fair housing compliance.
Tester.
Tester, 12 is K. New Jersey law governing discrimination in real estate transactions.
Law against discrimination.
Yep, the LAD, 6 is L. And federal law setting many protected classes with some exceptions to it.
Federal Fair Housing Act.
Of 1968, correct. 5 is M. And that concludes chapter 4. So now we finally got through all of those laws that we have to follow and anti-discriminatory stuff. And now we're finally going to get into learning about real estate. Even though when we did go over those previous chapters, I did inject some real estate stuff. If I didn't, it would have been boring as hell. You know, not that I made it super exciting to begin with, but this is, come on, this is kind of dry material I got to work with here. But I'm trying to keep you engaged as possible and entertained by this. So hopefully I keep you engaged, and it wasn't too dry. But now we're going to start actually learning about real estate stuff once we get into these rest of these chapters. So let me stop the recording for this.